the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. But he walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a mind darkness gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping, the church will bring the fed. No hurdles, no illusions, no hollow incompetence. Here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Misled, thinking truth from the wreckage, raising dawn from the dead. Every word is a weapon, sharp and declare, exposing every shadow we pretend not to fear. And the overlord rises with the suffering command. A beast of judgment, the Lord will give his band. On his growl rings through the silence of the night. The loyal understand, trigger keeps the balance right. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. I'm making the chaos of food to
Welcome back to the party, everybody. This is Morty, and I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Everybody hit that like and subscribe. You know I would do it for you, and let's party. Welcome. How are we doing tonight? Oh, man. So we've got a bunch of stuff to go over. You may have seen that I recently had a debate, a conversation, whatever you want to call it, with our boy Drew, about him being a white nationalist. And I was like, I don't think that's you. And so we were going over some stuff, and we ended up having a conversation. It was really good. And then, looking through stuff today, there's not too much going on. But there's a couple of other things that were kind of in that realm. So I figured let's check some of that stuff out, and then we'll go over this debate, and we'll see what's really good with white nationalism, white pride, all that kind of stuff. Welcome to the party. As always, guys, if you cannot hear the video, please do let me know. We are going to start over here with PF Jung and notsoErudite. Oh man, do I love notsoErudite. If you're not familiar with PF Jung, he's a very aggressively centrist kind of dude. He tries to posit himself as like, you can't pin me down. It's more about getting the ideas of the other person. And they had a whole conversation, but there was a specific chapter on white pride. So I figured let's start there. But let's shout out Jager. Welcome to the party. Starting off with a dilly sounds good to me. Get the chat up there. And yeah, Twitch maybe changed the title. Liberals encourage white pride with this one issue. The issue, of course, just being racist. Everything's racist. But I had to change the I to a 1. All right, let's dive in. Again, please let me know if you cannot hear. And if my camera goes crazy, let me know about that too.
All right, let's talk about the whites. Okay. Now, nobody loves the whites more than I do.
The whites.
Let me pose you this hypothetical as a liberal.
Can I drink water while I'm on it?
Yes.
I know I can't
you
eat
may.
apples.
No, that's fine. Yes, as the benevolent dictator, I will allow my advisor to hydrate herself. Let's say you are.
It's crunchy.
Let's say you are
Crunchy? Did she just say her water is crunchy? What does that even mean?
a school administrator, a principal of a high school. Okay.
I was gonna say I didn't know that about it.
And it's 90% non-white. It's 89% Hispanic, whatever, 5% black, and like 5%
I really want to
white.
make an edgy joke, but I'm
Okay. No edgy jokes. No edgy jokes. Not on my stream. When I went to high school, it was like 80% white, 10% Asian, whatever. There were like the Black Excellence Club or whatever, or like the African American Affinity Group or whatever, where students
The We Was Kangaroo.
could get together on the
Sorry,
basis
sorry.
of their race and like form a little club or something like that, right? If whites were a minority, that's fine. You could sneak an apple in. If whites were, would you allow a high school?
But I have heard people talk about spiky water. Like people will say that what? Oh man, is it Kiki and Bobo? Kiki and Bobo. Yes. Okay. So one of these. Image. One of these is Kiki, and one of these is Boba, or Booba, or Boba, or whatever. Let's say this one is A, and this one is B. Name them. Which one would you? They don't already have names. We just have 2 names that you have to apply. One needs to get Kiki, and one needs to get Boba. Which one are you putting Kiki on? A over here, or on B over here? And which one are you putting? I think it's something like 90% of people, I'm pulling that number out of my ass, but it's the overwhelming majority of people will go Kiki on this one and Boba on this one, just because of the shape and the relevance being the what did you just say? Oh yeah, we were talking about crunchy water, and so I have heard people talk about spiky water, and that is typically colder water. So maybe that's what she's talking about. I don't know, but. Anyway, if you're a high school administrator,
If whites were, would you allow a high school? Would you allow the exciting whites group to form for white students who are in the
Exciting
minority
white.
to get together and like do whatever African American affinity groups do, except with white people?
How do your guys is principals? I don't know anything about your guys' education system.
All right, so-
principals elected, or are they like
Let's
hired?
okay, just
Got it.
forget the
Principal.
administrative
Hired,
process.
right?
It's a moral question. What do you feel about morally a high school allowing the exciting whites club meant for white kids to talk about white identity?
At a principal deontological level, I have no problem with it. At a pragmatic level, it probably poses a lot of issues, because usually the type of people who feel the need to fixate on their whiteness in a dominant white culture are not the type of people you want peering together and hanging out, because they get up to all sorts
Okay,
of
hold on.
wickedness.
That's
So, I mean, I think PF Jung's going to break it down well, but she's essentially saying, well, there's no problem with it, but whites are going to turn that into bad news. That's essentially what her argument is.
that's a separate thing. But hold on. But in this context, it's a majority minority. Like the whites are like 7%
Yeah, that's
of
why I
the
said principally I'm fine with it, but practically it'd be the same thing as like if a bunch of guys were like, "Can we get together and have like the Naughty Lonely Boys Club?" And I'd be like, "No, you can't have a
Reddit.
Naughty Lonely Boys Club,"
Okay.
because I know what that becomes. Like I know what that becomes.
Well, okay, but maybe that's just a problem. Maybe that's just a culture.
Hey, and there he is. Welcome to the party, Mr. Giroux. So we will be taking a look at our conversation that we had the other night later. And I'm very glad you're here, because I'm wondering if this stream specifically might, kind of maybe plant a seed and maybe at least help you get a better understanding of, oh, okay, you thought I was saying this, but I was actually saying this. I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but welcome to the party.
Well, okay, but maybe that's just a problem, that maybe that's just a cultural change that needs to occur of like, hey, it's perfectly fine it's perfectly fine for white people to have the same attitude towards their racial identity.
Right. And listen, I think most people have some sort of pride in their race, but too much pride can make you the thing you don't want to be. Right. And so that then brings us into the territory of it's not a matter of white pride. It's what are you doing with that idea of the pride in whiteness? You could be the the I don't know, fucking coffee pride drinkers. And you go so far with that you're just geeked out all day. That's bad too, but it's not because of racism. Jason, I'm sober this time, so that probably bodes well. I am for now, but I won't be soon. And hey, if you want to come back up afterwards and have another chat, we can definitely do that.
Attitude towards their racial identity as Black people have towards their identity.
Yeah,
and especially if they're a minority. What's that?
I have no problem with white people being like proud of being white.
Right. So why would it even be an issue to let the white high school students form the exciting?
And this is what I mean about him being like an aggressive centrist, that he's not making points. He's just trying to give an opportunity for, it's like, okay, well, what do you think? Which, I think can be very helpful, but also has some limitations.
What's club?
The practicals.
Okay,
right?
what do you mean the practicals?
Yes.
So typically when you look at when you actually put this in the real world, there's going to be a lot of vetting pressures of who tends to self-select into these things based on the way that the entire global the national zeitgeist is towards this thing, right? Most white people don't feel need to strongly assert it. And there's a lot of historical concerns about white people being obsessed with white people for obvious and for good reason, right? Because white people, when they become obsessed with being white people, haven't been the best about it.
You've been talking to FG Signifier too much. We're gonna have to unwind on some things.
This is just true. It's the same thing as, okay, so let me
you don't believe her immediately. Me on what? So I did just turn it down back. I had it sped up. But Lucy said I don't believe her immediately. You're saying you don't believe her that she principally doesn't have a problem with it, or you don't believe that she's right about what she's saying about it's gonna go somewhere we don't want it to go. Yeah, for whatever reason, I kind of felt like he speaks kind of softly, and so I translate that into slowness in my mind, and then a woman. But we're at 1.1, so we're good.
Wind on some things.
This is just true.
Let me know if it is too fast. Let me know. You're saying you don't believe that. So I believe her, but I think that what PF is going to point out is that, well, in effect, if you're saying that you don't have a problem with it principally, then having the practical aspects, if you cannot separate those practical aspects from your principle, then you are saying principally that you have a problem with it. You said, I don't believe that she doesn't ostensibly have a problem with it. Seems like we're in agreement. And I don't think she's lying. I don't know if you guys think that she's lying. I don't think I don't know her that well, obviously. But I don't think she's lying. I think that she's doing mental gymnastics to be like, well, of course it's not wrong for a person to be proud of their skin color, but the whites. And so I agree with you guys.
Been talking to FG Signifier too much. We're gonna have to unwind on some things.
This is just true. It's the same thing as, okay, so
I've heard that name before.
Let me compare this elsewhere.
Do you guys know FG Signifier and what his deal is? Clocked it.
In the literature, there's a lot of talk. Do you know what? You probably know the word milieu, right? Therapeutic milieu. So in a treatment center, you have a therapeutic milieu.
What's it? Well, I know the word, but milieu. Nope, not milia. Milieu. I think it's milieu. That should be. Nope. Milieu. There we go. Milieu. First, your physical surroundings, social environment, or the cultural backdrop in which something happens or develops. So when someone talks about the milieu, it's just kind of like generally speaking of the settings around it, and it can it could be many applied in many different ways. But the same way you might say something about like, oh, what's the setting of this movie, or what's the theme of this movie? It's going to tell you that same thing, even though the themes and the settings themselves can be very different.
milieu, right? Therapeutic milieu. So in a treatment center, you have a therapeutic milieu, which is the dynamic of the social space of the people in treatment.
Okay.
And so one of the issues,
The feng shui.
yeah. So one of the issues we
Pretty
know
much.
in like drug treatment, for example, is that you'll
Yeah, let's go back. Normal speed. Rarely do we watch anyone at normal speed.
often have drug treatment centers that treat all drug addictions. But the issue is that the person addicted to weed and alcohol, which are legal substances, is usually not the same type of individual who's addicted to meth, an illegal substance, because of the type of societal pressures required for you to overcome to maintain a meth addiction. This is to make you more, better, or worse. However, these people addicted to meth are more likely to have significantly more severe mental illness or criminological connections. When these people, the meth addicts, spend a lot of time with the weed addicts, what it typically does is it pulls the weed addict in that direction. So you have to be
That
very
is
aware
true.
of what
And
the
I mean,
milieu act.
That is true. And you know, I've never done math, but just in general terms of if you have someone going, you know, let's say you're going down the road of doing drugs, you have somebody who's earlier on, and you have somebody that's a little bit further on. It's less likely, although very possible, that the person that's further on is going to back off and stop doing it. Where it's way more likely the person who really dabbles in it is going to become, you know, like a big pothead, or if you're drinking, or if you're watching anime, or if you're skateboarding, or whatever. She is a Destiny orbiter, so I wouldn't be surprised. So if you have a bad whitey, and he's going to pull the good whiteys in a bad direction. Yep. But again, that's not just white people. That is any type of group in general. So she is absolutely right about that.
Actually is that gets culminated. When you have a bunch of white kids in America right now in 2026 that feel a need to group together, it's very likely that they're not going to sit around and listen to Michael Bublé and talk about how awesome the Socratic method is. That's probably not what they're going to do. And we understand.
Side quest? When I was working at Target, that was my first actual job. Every Christmas, I didn't understand how crazy women went over Michael Bublé. But hey, if you didn't know, women love Michael Bublé Christmas music. That's probably why she speaks so fast, or gain the habit. Yeah, exactly what we just said, right? If she used to talk at a normal speed, and then she's hanging out with Destiny, then Destiny's not going to slow himself down. She's going to speed up to his level. Bingo. There we go. Case in point.
But how awesome the Socratic method is. That's probably not what they're going to do. And we understand.
Well, but
all right, sorry guys. I'm nitpicky as fuck, but this is slightly too slow, so we're going to go 1.05.
I mean, how
and
do you,
that's the
well,
concern. So if that's all they did, sure, that would be totally fine. But we all understand why this probably won't happen.
hold on, I'm giving you a real example. Like there are many high schools. I'm in Texas. I mentored at one where the white kids are a minority. So to say that, well, the white kids are gathering because there are a bunch of, you know, Ku Klux Klan wannabes or whatever.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it is most likely going to move in that direction.
Why? Why would it most likely? Why would it most likely?
Because let's say that you have 100 kids. Let's say you have 100 white kids that want to be in this group because that is based on whiteness. Then most of those kids are probably just going to be like, oh, I love being Irish. I love being Italian. I love doing this. But we know for sure that the actual, not just like what the liberals are saying, the actual neo-Nazi-minded white nationalist people are going to be attracted to that. And so then when we know that that's going to happen, and we accept that the more extreme person is going to bring the less extreme person more to it, then, you know, that's reasonable. That doesn't give us a reason why the extremism is tied to skin color.
It seems like because of the societal pressure right now of the experience, first of all, if they congregate together, a lot of people politically are going to feel really negatively about it, whether they should or shouldn't.
Okay, why is that?
So they're going to start getting criticized a lot by the community around them.
Okay, and why is that? And again, I'm not disagreeing. I think she's right that, you know, people are going to be like, oh, the white pride group? Ew, that's gross. Joe Biden told me that that's racist. Oh, and so they're going to get a lot of looks. And then, yeah, definitely most of the left. And then you're going to become more and more insulated. And it's social polarization. That when your group is being attacked, I mean, just look at the political right over the last 3 to 5 years. When we were all on the same team of we have to fight wokeness, then libertarians, politically homeless, neocons, Trumpers, everybody was in the same boat. But then that enemy goes away as strong. But now we're not really fighting that as much. The culture has turned, and now we're not getting as much attack from the woke left. And so people are looking around like, well, you kind of you're not happy enough with the war, and you like Trump too much, and all that kind of stuff. And so far, I agree with her observation, but I think the fact that this is the case is precisely why, or is precisely the issue. I don't think what she's talking about is a problem that's just going to arise. Well, that's just what white people do, because that would be racist. It's specific cultural milieu that makes it that way.
The more that they get criticized, the more internal that they pull to one another, and they're going to be criticized specifically on the basis of their whiteness.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I mean it's not over. It's not over, but as I like to think of it as a big ship, and so the ship is starting to turn. Like we were going down the right track in the 90s, and then we fucking took a hard left, and now we're still looking at the left. But we're course correcting, as you're saying. The ship is moving. We're on the right track, but we're still not going where we need to be. So, and guys, like I've been telling you, this is the lull. We are in the lull. Everything is about to ramp back up over the next 2 years. So be ready.
Yeah.
Make them defensive on the basis of their whiteness.
Okay, this is fair.
What I'm saying?
Yeah, but
this is the practicals I'm talking about. I'm not saying that this is good. Which is what I said. At a principle level, yeah, I'm fine with it. Like principally, deontologically, but practically, I probably wouldn't allow.
Do you apply these
effects?
So, okay, I think the next question he's going to ask is, do you apply that? But what I want to know is, do you have an interest in looking at the factors as to why you said it shouldn't be that way? So, okay, then why do you think it is that way, and how can we change that? We're going to hit the iceberg, but we stopped before we hit. Yeah, we're still going the wrong direction, but we just missed the iceberg. Or maybe we got a little scrape, but not as bad as the Titanic. They'll close off the levees and whatever.
Do you apply this to black students who are minorities?
No, because of its different milieu effects.
Okay, so this is.
So she's hanging a lot on that milieu word.
The issue. This is the liberal. This is listen. FD signifier has propagandized you.
No, what is different? What is different in America today versus how everyone would feel and react to a group of black people getting together and being like, we love being black, versus a bunch of white people getting together and saying, we love. Would you agree that the way everyone politically would react to this is different?
Yes. Yes. But that in and of itself is a problem. This is the FT signifier guy that I'm going to call him Paul, because that the guy keeps going up, so saying that she's listening too much of this guy. But yeah, they would act differently. We know that, but that is a problem. That's not just a matter of fact. That's not an inherent aspect of how American culture needs to be. People could just not act that way. And as you explicitly stated, principally, there's nothing wrong with white people getting together, but it's the cultural milieu. It's what happens around them, aka what other people do and think, that makes it bad, in her opinion. So maybe we should address those things instead of just being like, no white pride for you.
Would you agree with me on that?
Sure, some people would. But there's plenty of minorities who be like, look, I don't care if whites form an exciting whites club. Like, who cares?
Do you think more people would say that this is concerning or concernful about it?
Yeah, I think more people wouldn't care than would care. Either way, white club, black club. But of the people that would care, there would be a higher number of people who are like, hey, wait a minute, with the white pride club versus the black pride club. Teresa, let's address the stimulus instead of those reacting poorly.
Bingo.
Yep.
Do you think more people would say that this is concerning or concernful about it, about the whites, than they would?
Maybe, but that's not a reason to not allow it.
Bingo.
Sure, I agree, which is why I said principally. However, practically, the way that it would form, it probably isn't going to work out. As a principle,
Okay, so how do we change that? Or do we just say, no, whites, you don't get to do things?
I'd probably be like, yeah, you guys should form a club. Maybe just don't call it the white club. That way,
Yeah, the
people don't
exciting
get
whites
shit on
club.
for it. Yeah, I'd probably
Exciting
tell them
whites club.
probably pick a different name and then do the same shit. And
I am, as somebody who is no longer calling myself an atheist, I think that is a fair prescription. I think that's fair. Because while we want to address the stimulus instead of reacting poorly, while we want to address the core issue, there is the reality. And we always talk about optics. Optics is reality. And so at this point in time, I think the path to being able to have the exciting white pride club in schools all across America, if that's what you want, is to create that type of club and not call it white pride or not call it something like that. Even though I don't necessarily think that is the most principled thing, you should be able to. But as she's correctly pointing out, people are shitty.
don't call it the white club. That way,
Yeah, the
people don't
exciting
get
whites
shit on
club.
for it. Yeah, I'd probably tell them probably pick a different name and then do the same shit. And then I, unfortunately, would have to really closely monitor it because I understand all of the selection pressures going into the type of kids identifying with this group, moving into this group, and the type of pressures that group is going to socially experience as a result of it.
Yep, and yeah, atheists are pretty much drug down atheists, and that's why it's like, okay, I still am an atheist, but I understand that I'm carrying around a lot of baggage just to be right, just to be technically. Well, technically, you can be agnostic and atheist, and blah blah blah. Nobody fucking cares. Nobody fucking cares. They care about what do I believe about the world. And so if I'm dragging down my own arguments, my own conversations with this word, then even though I'm justified in arguing that no, you are wrong, atheist does not mean I do not believe in a God. It means I have no God that I believe in, which is extremely different and not mutually exclusive from being an agnostic. You guys have seen where I've tried to make those arguments, and it just doesn't do anything. And so I can. This is the difference between trying to be able to affect people versus being right. Do you want to be right, or do you want to affect change? Because sometimes you can have both, but sometimes you can't.
I'm not saying that the social experiences of it is good necessarily. I mean, my ideal world, my little dream world, is that we don't have any clubs of any race or color or creed because we've like gotten past.
Sure, that's.
Yep. Even though a lot of agnostics are atheists, and a lot of atheists are agnostic because of the baggage. In the same way we're talking about white pride, I agree that if you want to start creating the fix to being able to have that equality that minorities have, then you got to play the game a little bit. And so that's why I go, even though it explicitly means the exact same thing. When I say agnostic non-theist, it means exactly the same thing as agnostic atheist. Except that doesn't come with the baggage. Option 3, you want to get the people who already agree with you quietly start talking about it too. Well, again, not mutually exclusive. And so let's say that we all were white and wanted to start a white pride club at our high school, right? Then we know that if we're like, okay, teachers, we need somebody to be the proctor for the white pride club, and we need to get how many signatures, and we need to go through the administration, and da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Maybe if it's the European History Club, you can do exactly the same thing and get those people. You start talking quietly and show that what essentially is a white pride group is not automatically a Nazi KKK thing. Now, again, I don't necessarily think that white pride is really a thing, but that's neither here nor there for this conversation. I think the pride comes from the people who came before us, and so when you're saying white, then you're appealing to other people who didn't. Well, I mean, they came before you, but they didn't come before you. You know what I mean? They're not really connected in that line. But again, that's a fair disagreement that we should all be able to have. There you go. There you go.
My ideal world, my liberal dream world, is that we don't have any clubs of any race or color or creed because we've like gotten past.
Sure,
shit.
that's fine.
Actually, no, I agree with that.
And that's
my dream world. But
that
that's
I can understand. But I get. Okay,
you're getting tied between my principle versus my practical.
Yeah, that's fair. But
Shout out to Cuba Ortodoxa. Welcome. Said, I feel like saying they need to monitor it closely is really dumb. Like, maybe you need to do that with BLM and Nation of Islam, too. But we don't, even though they attract the same opposites.
Bingo.
Right. And that's the optics exactly that we're talking about. That all of this is exactly right. You guys are 1,000% right. That doesn't mean that if you're a high schooler today, you can just go and start a white pride club and not have any issues. That's just not the cultural milieu. That's not where we're at. We can get there, but you've got to play the game. Welcome to the party. And yeah, guys, we are doing pretty well. It's only Wednesday. It is only Wednesday, and we are over halfway to our weekly movie night goal, where we watch a movie that I've never seen that I definitely should have seen. We just watched Airplane. A lot of people are talking about Die Hard or Jurassic Park, Terminator movies, all that kind of stuff. Shout out to Patrick. There you go. This is playing the game. And so you call it the golf team, and you just happen to have your white pride meetings on the golf course. And if somebody comes up, then they just aren't going to be that interested. And maybe if they are that interested, and you're actually not racist, then it's like, okay, yeah, I mean, like, Lutch, if you want to be part of this group, like, we can all see you're not white, but we, as long as you align with our values, whatever. Or maybe you don't want me there, and you indirectly make it maybe not hostile, but something that I'm just not going to be aligned with. And then I'll be like, all right, this ain't for me. Instead of, look what they're doing. Oh my God, we got to take them down. Indeed. Welcome to the party. Guys, I got a new soundboard thing that I've been waiting to use, and you're all going to love it. But it only comes up in specific circumstances, so I'm hoping we get there. All right, let's dive back in.
That I can understand, but I get. Okay,
you're getting tied between my principle versus my practical.
Yeah, that's fair. But even practically, because like again, you said you wouldn't hold the same standard for like blacks or Asians or whatnot.
Because the social national milieu around black people getting together celebrating black.
So would she be okay with saying, well, the police treat different black? We have to watch black people more closely because the cultural milieu around black people in crime is very different. She ain't gonna say that. She'd be like, that's so racist. But here makes perfect sense. Why? Because I wanted to.
Blackness is different.
Okay, but maybe that should. Okay, but maybe maybe it should just be the case that white people should feel free to have the same attitude towards their white identity that black people do, and perhaps the reason
should be the case. Yeah,
it should be the case. And here's the thing: practically,
and why are you, Erudite, working towards it not being okay with the rhetoric that you use, the propaganda that you put out, and the party that you vote for? I'm not white, so this ain't. I don't have a dog in this fight. Outside of the notion that I want, a general equality under the law, I don't care. Nope. Shout out to King Nirvana. Welcome to the party, sir.
It's their white identity that black people do, and perhaps the reason
it should be the case. Yeah,
it should be the case. And here's the thing: practically, the fact that it's not the case is actually the reason that they get resentful to begin with. And maybe if we were more practical about allowing it, we would actually tone down.
And I would
the
grant you all this. The issue is the way that you go about unpacking this isn't setting up high schoolers to fail. That's not what I do. I don't go, you know how we fix this problem? Let the 15-year-olds sort it out and carry the mantle, right? I don't think that.
I completely disagree. I think the people, millennials and older, maybe even Gen Z is getting at that point, already brainwashed. Maybe the younger Zoomers are exactly the ones who can carry the mantle and be the exact ones that show, oh, this isn't how we have to do things. In the same way that millennial parents, maybe too much, but came up and saw what older generations were doing and be like, okay, we don't need to beat the shit out of our kids. And we don't need to, forget that they exist so much that the news needs to fucking remind me that they exist. So, yeah, new generations having new ideas makes perfect sense.
You know how we fix this problem? Let the 15-year-olds sort it out and carry the mantle, right? I don't think that is
Why?
I understand what I am setting up. Say we've got these 5 15-year-old kids that are all white and want to have the exciting white club. I know what I am setting them up for by approving that club named in.
Okay, and so you're not doing anything. You're not doing anything. Don't take away the agency of people just because they're underage. Just because we don't want them in certain areas of adulthood doesn't mean they don't have agency. I mean, how old was Charlie Kirk when he started? Probably about 15. Love him or hate him, how old was Nick Fuentes when he started? Right around there. So this idea that kids don't have any value in the political landscape is silly. It's silly. That's precisely why Obama won. Because he was like, well, let's go with the younger people. Let's try that. Patrick said, racial pride comes from a family and upbringing. Clubs wouldn't really do anything for race, in my opinion. I agree, but that does, it's the principle. It's the principle that, well, you can have a black excellence club and you can't have the exciting whites. School brainwashing didn't work on me. That's what they want you to think. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know where to go with that. So maybe you stop underestimating the younger generation and casting askance looks at them. I gotta look that up. What the fuck does askance mean? I get the context, but you don't know what we're looking up.
Askance.
Askance describes looking at someone or something with suspicion, mistrust, or disapproval. It could quite literally mean to glance sideways or obliquely. So, yeah. Maybe just because they're 15 doesn't mean that they're retarded. Maybe that even though we don't expect every 15-year-old to do that, specifically if you're talking about 5 of them, well, it's 5 of them in this school and 10 of them in that school. And then we've got social media, lady. So all of the golf clubs can connect online. And then that is how a grassroots movement works.
In that way.
Well,
that's not a mantle I'm giving 50.
Yeah, and look, and
I agree with you about your principles.
No, and
again, that I'm not giving to them. I'm not giving that to them. Who the fuck is you to tell these kids what they can and can't do or say?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and to be fair, I mean, I would, if there were 5 black kids in a white high school and they wanted to start the black club, I mean, my advice would be like, I mean, yeah, it's fine, I suppose, but like, do we need that? But on the other hand, it's like, I don't know, the reality of being a racial minority is...
This is what I mean about him being an aggressive centrist. Like, take a stand, brother.
Is real. So it's like,
it is real.
if white kids in a white high school or in a majority non-white high school want to get together and be like,
have polo club, just call it something else. Call it something really aggressively white. The Michael Bublé fans.
The anti-white racism is just dripping right now.
It's not.
I hate that I agree with her, but as we just said, Patrick was bringing it up. That's what it is. That's where we're at, and that may not be ideal. But if it is the case that these kids want to and older, but if it's the case that people want that change, well, that's how change starts. That's what it is. I get that when I go out of state, just because of my state. What? You get what? What? Sorry, I missed that one.
Something really aggressively white. The Michael Bublé fans.
The anti-white racism is just dripping right now.
It's not. It's just not.
No, I'm joking. I'm half joking.
Just don't mischaracterize me. It's obvious that I think
that's fair.
This is correct. I just like have.
I just think
reasonable issues with it.
I just think we're creating resent by holding a double standard, and the whole
resentment
reason that like you keep saying that the white, like the kind of person that would gravitate towards this is this kind of person. I would say they're this kind of person because of the double standard, and we have to drop the double standard.
Not
Right.
entirely.
Exactly. Why is it that the far right extremist neo-Nazi, why would they be so confident? Why are you so confident? Why are we so confident that that type of club would appeal to those people and not just people who are doing it in an innocuous manner? You're claiming to be like, okay, here's what it is, without addressing why it is that way. This is West Virginia, and people call everyone that lives here racist. Yeah, well, what are you gonna do? Start a golf club.
This kind of person, I would say
Most
they're this
likely.
kind of person because of the double standard.
What is this?
And we have to
Well-
drop the double standard.
Not entirely. I don't think white people are only racist because,
There
or
it
like,
is.
oh, sorry, I don't think white supremacists are white supremacists because people are just mean to white people. I think lots of white supremacists are white supremacists because they don't like colored people.
I
They
think
don't
the
like anyone other than
majority-
themselves.
I think the majority of people who gravitate towards white supremacist, white nationalist, white identitarian ideas do so because of anti-white racism. That's overwhelmingly, I think that's obvious. Like especially the
I guess
young
the
like
KKK were-
Zoomers.
I was gonna say exactly. Maybe millennial and older, because we grew up with the color blindness that there wasn't really a reason to have white pride like that. But after that, there's definitely a strong anti-white sentiment in all of the political rhetoric and whatever. Mountain Club, yeah, you just got to be subversive, and this is how any political movement operates. You can't just, I mean, yeah, we have freedom of speech and we have whatever, but we can't just act like, oh, we're gonna say fuck you and expect that nobody's gonna say fuck you back. So you gotta be subversive.
Real silly guys.
No, not the cake. I'm talking today. I'm talking in 2026 because obviously
don't
we were at a
know-
point where
Why would it be the
we were kind of
case?
colorblind.
So why was the KKK
Mhm.
so white supremacist?
I believe they hated Catholics and Jews and blacks and
Sure,
it's-
but why? Well, specifically, where did the white supremacy come from? Was it from white hate, or was it from a sense of
no, yeah, sure,
superiority?
yeah.
It definitely originated with, people of color are lesser than me as a white man. That's obviously where it started, but that's a very different thing as to how people feel about white pride, white nationalism, as we saw the other night with Drew. And if you didn't see, we're going to check it out.
Why would
okay,
that
hold on.
suddenly just be gone?
Hold on, the Ku Klux Klan is. I'm talking today. Like Nick Fuentes is not
I
even
understand
comparable to Ku Klux Klan in the 18 whatever it was.
Shut up, the bugs. Welcome to the party. No, I'm actually glad you're here. I need your lefty opinions here. I need your lefty opinions here. Because so far, there you go. So far, she's essentially said that, like, Paul was saying, if you were a school administrator and some kids wanted to start the Excited Whites Club or something like that, then would you have a problem with that? And she said, well, principally, no, it would be fine. But practically, we would have to keep an eye on them. It's like, well, where is that difference? And she's saying, well, because the culture is different. Okay, but then why can't we say that about law enforcement when it comes to black people? The culture is different. So when it comes to a white guy, then, the fucking stop and frisk, that doesn't make as much sense statistically as the cultural milieu of black people. But she wouldn't accept that, would she? So the principle fades. But I think the percentage of white people that are white supremacists is crazy small. Ugly white women are the ones pushing this supremacists are out to get you narrative. Yep. Like, it's his word. I'm saying excited.
Well, I'm talking like 70. When was the last time?
It definitely was not. Was it ideally in line with liberty? Definitely not. But it was not dumb.
They burnt the KKK.
Sure, yeah.
was
Malcolm
active
X's
very
dad
recently.
was killed by Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah, I mean, I think like even in like the 70s and stuff, they're still like burning like crosses on people's porches and doing like crazy shit like that. And
Yeah,
the
okay,
point,
yes,
and I'm
but-
pointing out to
yeah,
you,
yeah,
just so
yeah,
it's clear.
but
I'm
that's
not saying.
Apparently, I do plays now. My last play was insane.
KKK member is the same as some 15-year-old kid who wants a white club. This is obviously not true.
Wait, hold on. What?
People's porches and doing like crazy shit like that. And
Yeah,
the
okay,
point
yes,
that I'm
but-
pointing out here,
yeah,
just so it's
yes.
clear,
But
I'm
that's
not
not-
saying a KKK member is the same as some 15-year-old kid who wants a white club. This is obviously
Okay, fair. So then why do you need to treat it as if they are the same? If you don't believe that it's like that, then what is the need for the higher level of scrutiny? And again, I agree that type of club in this environment is going to attract the quote-unquote wrong type of people. But that is the problem in and of itself. Why is that the cultural milieu? Why is that the zeitgeist? Why is that how things are operating right now? It's just like glossing right over that. Shout out to Olivia. Welcome to the party. The same people who say white pride is good say LGBT people shouldn't be proud of what they were born as. I don't think that's true at all. I think the entire idea behind being against at least the T part of trans is be proud of who you were born as, not chop yourself up into being something different. I'll give you that there's going to be overlap between white pride and anti-gay. I'll definitely give you that. But the idea here isn't comparing that which is better or worse. It's saying, okay, well, if you can have LGBT pride, and you can have black pride, and you can have Jewish pride, and you can have Indian pride, why can't you have white pride? And again, I agree that it is different. My thing is that it shouldn't be, and we should be working towards a world where it is not different. I hate the Klan. Glad I'm not a Democrat. Should rather anticipate people's feelings than help show those people what's true.
Bingo!
It's about being right. Always about being right. I'm right about this.
saying
So, okay, she's saying it's different.
a KKK member is the same as some 15-year-old kid who wants a white club. This is obviously not true. What
Yeah,
I'm
but like a
saying
fan of
here-
Nick Fuentes, I would say.
Well, what I'm pointing out to here is I don't believe. So you said I think most white nationalism and white
Today.
supremacy today
In
comes
2026
from white hate, and I said some of it comes from white
is
hate.
in reaction to, kind of anti
For sure.
discrimination.
Of course, that's part of it.
Right. Well, okay. And so what's the other part? Because as we were just talking, we had the colorblind 90s, and maybe it wasn't perfect. I do very much understand the idea that living as a certain person, whether it's living as a man versus a woman, living as a white versus black versus brown versus Jewish versus Muslim, you are going to have unique experiences that are shared among other people in that group. But that needs to come after the color blindness, not before. We say, okay, we're all equal under the law, but person to person, I can understand that, okay, if you're a woman, then, you're probably not experiencing the same types of feelings when you're walking down the street at night as a 6'4" jack dude. Fair. But because that difference exists doesn't mean we change the laws. And that seems to be the switch from the 90s, is instead of applying the law equally and then using us individually as a society and a community to understand the nuances, they had to legislate the differences. And when you force that, you're going to get anti-white racism. Box, I've taken 2 breaks from my TYT that lasted about 3 years combined. First time was over 2A. Second time was over their race baiting. I didn't even care about the LGBT stuff. They got to not liking white folks, and I felt it. I hope you're right. I hope you're saying the left is getting over this stuff. I hope you're right. But as I was just saying, let's be cautious with any short to medium term predictions, because again, we are in that political lull. After the primaries, stuff is going to start ramping up again. Shout out to David. Welcome to the party. The pride and immutable characteristics, no matter the color, gender, whatever, is not positive. Be proud of your accomplishments. Now, I agree with that. I think all those things are stupid. I think wanting to have a white pride club is stupid. I think wanting having a black pride club is stupid. I think wanting having a gay pride club is stupid. But just because I think it's stupid doesn't mean it shouldn't be allowed. And if we're allowing everybody else to have pride, then we gotta be fair. Otherwise, QB's 90s was as good as it gets. An era I never even got to know. And I think well, again, you're definitely right that the trajectory of race relations getting better and better and better and better peaked at the color blindness. I don't think that's the end. I think there's more to go, but we started going backwards since then. So I experienced a little of the 90s, but the early 2000s was also good. Yeah, definitely. Hey, a shout out to Drew getting us started with a big 5. Thank you. So very much. He's ready for that treat. Of course, every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. Thank you. Said Morty, would you be offended by this high school club? Would you be offended? Okay, I'm gonna ask for a shake. Give me that leg if you say you would be offended, and give me this leg if you would not be offended. Got it? Okay, can you shake? Shake? Yeah, he's not offended. There we go. We got a gangster in the building. Drew, thank you so very, very much, sir. And of course, that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Thank you so very, very much. Guys, don't forget about that weekly goal. I am very excited for the next movie night. And we got Bugs doing the damn thing with the $2 make you holla. Thank you. Oh, I dropped one. I got you. Did you puke this? What the fuck? Okay. There's some shit going on over here. All right. Don't eat that. Don't eat your... What, you want to come over here? No, you just want more food? Okay, here. Lay down. Down. What, you gotta lay down. No, lay down. Hey! Down. Thank you. Good job. There we go. So what happened was, ordered some Chinese food yesterday, and I tried a new spot that was a little bit cheaper, and got some steamed dumplings. Usually, steamed dumplings get a little too gooey, and so what I'll do is I'll get the steamed dumplings, and then I'll open the top so that there's a little bit of evaporation, so they're not so wet. Because they're steamed, and then you put them in the plastic thing, so then all the water and it gets all mushy and shit. I think I left it out just a little bit too long because I was feeling a little, and I gave Morty a piece, and he puked right there. He puked. Whoopsie. But all right, we are good now, folks. Thank you. I'm translating my text. I've gotten good at it, brother. I've gotten good at it. Thank you. So we're going to run with this a little bit longer, and then I've got some other shit to show you. Pride is indeed a sin, if you believe in that kind of thing. No, it's a mortal sin. It's one of the big 7. But hey, we do what we do. Olivia said there should be a debate about The Mandalorian. Season 3 was great, and so is the movie. Mando's such a good dad. Well, I would love to do that kind of stuff, but I've never seen Star Wars, except, before it last 2 weeks ago, never seen Star Wars. I did see season 1 of Mandalorian, but also none of you guys watch the shit that I watch. So that's why I've started just posting my TikToks to shorts. And so, if you because on TikTok, I don't talk about politics that much, even though, I'm still me. And so I just watched through season 2 of The Pit yesterday. And I had a thing about, they're all woke here, but then they got this. So it's similar stuff, and I'll see if you guys are into it. Shout out to Cram Rangoon. Yeah, I would love if you could order, because, the thing with wonton soup is that they give you a giant thing of wonton soup and, 3 little wontons. And some places have the wonton egg drop soup, where they do the egg drops as well. But I would love just an order of steamed dumplings. But instead of the dumplings, give me the wontons. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? All right. Let's dive back in. Let me hit this banner, and we'll keep it moving.
I don't believe.
you.
So you said,
Thank you.
I think most white nationalism and white
Today.
supremacy today
In
comes
2026
from white hate. And I said, some of it comes from white
is in
hate.
reaction to, kind of anti
For sure.
discrimination.
Of course, that's part of it. However, I don't believe that just all of the like white genuine supremacy ideas that KKK members held in the 70s
Of
is
course.
just magically
Agreed.
gone. I think it's
Agreed.
both of these things.
Agreed, but I think in 2026, it's overwhelmingly more in response to anti-white racism because anti-white racism didn't really exist nearly to the degree that it does now.
Mhm.
In just terms of like how easy it is to just shit on white people left and right. White people need to shut up.
Shout out again to Drew and to Box for getting us started. That's 145 out of 250 for the week, 2 out of 15, or 7 out of 75 for the night. Very, very, very much appreciated, and I think I might get to use my new soundboard sound, but I gotta wait until it's proper. Because if I use it too easy, then it's not gonna be special. You know what I mean? Wontons are the thing. Yeah, right? Just give me like 8 just wontons. That's what I want. Maybe. Ooh, I just had a thought. What if you get that order of wontons and you throw them on the stove, like just in a pan, real quick. Give it a little crisp around. Because I don't want to like. That's the only thing I don't like about crab rangoon. Because the crab is awesome, but they use so much that the crunch is just like you just. Unless they do it really well, then you eat the bottom, and then it's like, okay, what do I do with this shit? Give it to Morty, and hope he doesn't throw it up. Wontons made with crab rangoon. I'm gonna see if they could do that. The next time I order something, I'm gonna see if they could do that. I will pay out the ass for crab rangoon wontons on their own. All right,
Nearly to the degree that it does now.
Mm-hmm.
In just terms of like how easy it is to just shit on white people left and right. White people need to shut up. White people need to sit down.
Then why wouldn't we have more people who are KKK members
We do have more white nationalists today
than the 70s?
than like the 90s or than 10, 15 years ago. Nick Fuentes wouldn't be a phenomenon if there wasn't just endless fodder for him to make use of.
Yep.
Oh yeah, there's certainly like a snap back going on right now. The
Snap
issue
back
is that
to
I think
reality.
some of it is
That
resentment.
goes rabbit.
However, I don't think it's just resentment. I think resentment often also breeds other stuff. I think a lot of people who are obsessive about their whiteness, for example, often have a lot of hatred as well.
Right, but what we're saying is why, Erudite? Why do you think that is the case? Where does this hatred come from? They were just born hating minorities? Or, more recently and more likely, it's reactionary, exactly as he's saying it. You're not listening. Women.
About their whiteness, for example, often have a lot of hatred as well towards.
True. Well, same with
people of
black
color.
people too, right? Like a lot of black people just straight up hate white people, right?
Yes. Yeah.
But a lot of black people
they're very
take
racist
pride
towards
in
people.
but a lot of black people take pride in their identity in part because like, well, we were slaves, we were brought here. Our identity was kind of forged from struggle. It's like, okay.
And that right there is the specific difference that I personally feel when it comes to black. We're just talking about black and white pride. I think the black pride or the black culture is something that was specific because of how slavery existed in this country. Whereas they were stripped from, whether they're from Kenya or I don't even know very many African countries or Nigeria or whatever. They all came here and they were all black Americans. And so the through line there is much stronger than the Italians who came in this decade and the Irish and the Catholics and the this and that and that and that and that. So that's where I stand. That still doesn't mean that we should not allow white pride. Shout out to Grumpy. Welcome. So no such thing as minorities anymore. The U.S. Supreme Court ruled we all same, and your bigoted lefties are losing their mind. Bingo. Yep. What about the colonists? The colonists were individual people that then came and created the American heritage, which was different than the Black American heritage. And so that's really my point, that when you're appealing to white, you're not really appealing to anything specific unless you're talking about American. In which case, if you're a white nationalist, but you actually just mean American Christian values, sounds like just nationalism. But we'll get there. We'll get there.
Identity in part because it's like, well, we were slaves, we were brought here. You know, our identity was kind of forged from struggle. It's like, okay, that's cool.
True.
And I would say, I don't think most black people who are super pro-black hate white people. And I don't think most white people who are like, I'm proud of being white. Of course, like I'm proud that my parents are who they are. I don't think most of those people hate black people. Maybe in the past. No,
definitely in the past, but it's not
because
past.
Again, we used to be more, at least in the liberal kind of milieu that I grew up in, was way more colorblind. But now that's changed. So I think the solution is just, well, how about instead of trying to push for pure colorblindness, because as FD signifier will tell you, that's impossible. So how about we just have people's races all respect themselves and others? That seems like a perfectly tenable thing of just like, yes, if you're proud to be black, it's perfectly fine. If you're proud to be white, it's perfectly fine.
And the other side of that is that if you're proud to be black, then some racist white guy is not going to matter as much to you. It's the same thing when you see that women are like, oh, I'm decentering men, yet everything they do is for the male gaze, as they say. And then black people will say, oh, we hate the white man. But everything that you do is based on what white people think and do. This is why I say that the worst thing for a black American is the idea of the black community TM. There's a 90% of blacks were puppy milled. They weren't brought here. They were bred here, which is exactly the point. What I'm pointing to, that those people that were puppy milled, they don't really have a connection to a specific country because black people were just lumped together, and so that's principally I understand the difference between wanting to have a black pride and white pride. I don't think they are equal. But that's just my opinion. Legally, we have to treat everybody the same. If there can be black pride, there's got to be white pride.
Yeah, I mean, I principally agree with all these things. Yeah,
practically. Okay, you say principally, but as just like I agree with it on paper.
Shifty.
When I'm saying principally, I'm saying I think all of these things are the best things to strive for. I totally agree. I think the way the practical is saying, well, what are the steps by which we get there? And no, 5 kids taking on the mantle of undoing.
She keeps doing that. So what if it's not 5 kids? Or no. What? Whoops. Let's say it is 5 kids. 5 kids start a club, and they they take your advice and they call it the Michael Bublé Club. And they go in and they talk about their race and why they like being white and and do all of that stuff. Are you saying other kids aren't going to join? Or are you just saying that other kids joining is inherently a bad thing? Are you saying that these kids aren't going to be able to get on TikTok? Are you saying that these kids aren't going to be able to use YouTube and all that stuff to connect with other golf clubs? Or what did we call it? I forget. But yeah, other golf clubs around the country. This just falls flat. You're talking about practicality, but it's not practical. Yeah, if you're saying, okay, we're going to take only 5 white 15-year-olds, and it's on you 5 to convince the entire world, or let's say the entire country, that white pride is okay. Yeah, all right, fine. When you put it like that, it's fucking stupid. But that's not what we're fucking talking about, is it? Journey of 1,000 steps starts with 1. She said if it were 5 black kids starting a club to end racism, she wouldn't be so dubious of them, I would venture.
Bingo.
Yep.
Hey,
we got Matthew King. Welcome. So I honestly have 0 issue with either, but I prescribe to the first one of what? What are we talking about? Yeah, give me some context on that. But welcome to the party. Have you been checking your fucking TikTok DMs, bro? I've been sending you fire shit. I haven't heard nothing.
Which we get there. And no, 5 kids taking on the mantle of undoing all of the,
Strawman.
I would agree, extreme negative sentiment towards white people coalescing. And
Strawman. Straw man.
I would argue a lot of reasons why people are concerned about white people coalescing on their
Well,
whiteness.
you could say the same thing about black
justified.
people coalescing because it's like, oh, there's a lot, they commit more crime, and so there's a lot of valid reason
no.
for people to be
Black
stereotypical.
people
in that
coalescing
sense.
for their blackness is not nearly as associated with like hate mobs and lynchings in the way that white people.
If you can't see it on the screen, I can't see it. If you can't see it on the screen, then I can't see it. If you don't see it in the chat, then it's not. I can only see what I can see, or I can only see what you can see.
For their blackness is not nearly as associated with like hate mobs and lynchings in the way that white people coalescing for their whiteness is historically.
Technically, it takes two blacks to make a white, so black and white pride is the same. Same. Different, but same. And Lucy's called it. Lucy's called it. Clocked it, as they're saying. Did I miss it? Do I see it over here? Honestly, I have no issue with either. Does anybody else see a chat from Matthew that says something beyond? And honestly, I have zero issue with either in the chat, on the screen, or anywhere else. I'm looking, unless it was a while ago. We got timestamps on. So I'm back up at 8:44. That's what I'm saying, bro. It ain't there. I don't know what you're looking at, but it ain't there. Hey, shout out to TV Viewerski. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. Come on, baby. What are we doing here? Give me a sec. All right, I'll assume that's for if it comes in, then I got you. All right. Welcome to the party. Never need to apologize. I'm here for you guys whenever. Maybe. I don't know. Wait, so yeah. Johnson, welcome to the party, sir. Disavow. He'll see it on his end, but yeah. So just copy and paste it or try something different. I don't know. But welcome, Matthew, to the party. David said, is she saying black power is not associated with riots and such? Yup. Well, not necessarily. She is, however, saying that white power, or white pride more specifically, is more associated with negativity than black power is. So I doubt that she would say that I expect the white pride club to be more, to do more riots and stuff, but she would have other issues that are, that are there because whiteness. Yeah. All right. TV, let me, I didn't get anything if that's what it was, so just let me know. Diving back in.
Associated with like hate.
Oh, there it is. Took a minute, but we found it. Shout out to TV Viewerski with a big $10 PayPal. My goodness. All right, you threw up before, so maybe you're not feeling well. Maybe he's not feeling well. He threw up, so we gotta feed him hand to mouth. But thank you so very, very much, and of course that makes you the new sponsor of the stream. Did we get it? Wait, did I? Let me start that. Boom, boom, boom. Something bad. White pride is not white power. Oh yeah, well, they are not gonna put white power. Let me just try. White power. YouTube rejected your comment. You can see it on the Twitch side, but I can't even click it here. It's yeeted. Boom. Where we go? Where am I? Shout out again to TV Viewerski, our new sponsor of the stream. Very, very, very much appreciated. All right. So, I mean, we're kind of getting the vibe of what she's doing here. So I'm going to give it another couple minutes while I update the banner. And then we've got some other stuff.
For people to be
Black
stereotypical
people
in that
coalescing
sense.
for their blackness is not nearly as associated with like hate mobs and lynchings in the way that white people coalescing for their whiteness is historically.
Historically, meaning, well, if you take out Black Lives Matter, then if we look at white on black violence versus black on white violence, that's a crazy way. That's a crazy way to approach this. That is insane.
Associated with like hate mobs and lynchings in the way that white people coalescing for their whiteness is historically. This is true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it though? Come on.
In the way that white people coalescing for their whiteness is historically. This is true.
Yeah. Yes, true. But again, just because there's something doesn't have a historical
not true.
precedent.
Well, this is the practical difference, is that obviously, if you, I feel like you understand what I'm saying, right? Can you summarize what I'm saying so that I know?
Yeah.
We get what you're saying. You're just fucking wrong. Shout out again to our boy. Very, very, very much appreciated. Up to 155 for the week. Thank you so very, very much. Oh, why the fuck did it just bounce all the way back up to the top? Sorry about that, guys. Drew says about how it makes people feel. My feelings. Yep. Yep. Hey, yo, relax there, brother. Relax there. We got Lone Wolf and Cub. Welcome to the party. So I was right about everything with Massey. Ken Paxton was outspent 9-1, backed by Trump and won. John Curran backed by AIPAC and lost. Man, it feels good to be right. Oh, so you watched that Michael Knowles video too, did you? Did you listen to Dave's response, though? I highly suggest you do. Lucid, for me, personally, there's only one true race, the human race, because we're all made in God's image. And that idea is a central part as to why my defensiveness against Christianity, came down over time. Because I realized this is what's at the core. Even though there's bad actors and there's people who will abuse the faith and be Christian supremacist type, all that bullshit. That this is really what's at the core. And even though I don't believe the truth claims, that's a good thing. Who makes that association? The only reason I make that association is because of movies, news, and such. Rodney King riots, BLM riots. Yep, exactly. Just not even there. We got our boy Futoy. Welcome to the party. Very good to see ya. Brown power all day. Let's fucking go. David said Dave Chappelle's black white supremacist is amazing. Yep. Everything's on my facts. I didn't watch the video, only laid out facts. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't see the connective tissue, because that's exactly what Michael Knowles said, and Dave Smith tore it apart. So, just saying. Why don't we stay? Let's let that one be a wash. You bugged the fuck out. Let's go back to just being normal people. How about that? I'm all about the green, baby. Shout out again to our sponsor. All right, there's a little bit more of this, and then we're going to move on.
I feel like you understand what I'm saying, right? Can you summarize what I'm saying so that I know?
Yeah. You're saying, look, there was no black KKK in America. And so when black people get together and celebrate Black Pride, it's in response to kind of a particular historical condition that was clearly white people dominating black people. And so when white people do it, it gets associated with the white domination. My point is none of that historical historical
milieu
reality is now inverted nowadays. The idea that like
black people are oppressing people the way that white people oppress black people?
No, not inverted is too strong of a word. Well, but I mean, the only race that is discriminated against in employment is white people. That's just objectively.
I know. I believe Asian.
Well, Asians too.
Asian people are discriminated more.
Yeah. Okay. is well, in college admissions, but not at
and maybe Jews now. I'm not gonna lie, the Jews got it rough. Okay,
Maybe.
The Jews, white people complaining when Jews out here getting shot. Okay.
True.
Okay, I just learned that you cannot delete your own chats on Twitch. So the whole Twitch chat is just join the Discord. This random person talking, oh, I found your play. And what power? Jesus Christ, on a motorbike. We got equality and deference because vagina over on Rumble. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you. Said, liked, and share. Thank you so very, very much. You guys know that stuff matters so very, very much. It's free. It's easy. It just takes a second, and it helps out the channel so much. It does not even matter if you think anybody's going to click on the link. Just by you telling the platform that you want more people to see it, they will show it to more people. Thank you. Welcome to the party. You said the practical difference. I just don't want to seem racist by saying in reality you should be able to sticking to conditioning and brainwashing rather than logic and equality. Bingo. Like a liberal. It's funny because I used to work at a place called the Green Turtle, and it was pretty fucking good. Oh my goodness! Sugar Daddy in the building with the big 10 gifted memberships. Thank you. So very, very much, of course, a treat for the Overlord. And we got King Nirvana, Zach, Mark, the Aliens of God, Chad, Wine, Loving Compassion, and Melanie. You guys are all now members. So when the chat goes to members only for the after party, you now have access. Thank you so very, very much to our Sugar Daddy and new sponsor of the stream. Very, very, very much appreciated, and welcome to the party.
Asian people are discriminated more.
Yeah, okay. Well, in college admissions, but not at
and maybe Jews now. I'm not gonna lie, the Jews got it rough. Okay,
Maybe.
The Jews, white people complaining when Jews out here getting shot. Okay.
True.
I like turtles.
True. Asians get discriminated against in college. They do not get discriminated against in the workplace. They're considered people of color. Anyone who's not white is considered people of color. Is considered a person of color. And corporations, the entire DEI industrial complex was specifically to literally, you could boil it down to hire less straight white males. That is effectively what DEI is.
I think it's.
I was on it. Well, okay, that's fair. If you look at any policy, I challenge you to. There are some, okay, there's like the only good DEI is like disability, like, hey, we should have captions on our meetings. Like, okay, that's fine. If people are deaf or can't hear, that's fine.
I mean, is that
anything related to race?
Whoa, does that fall under DEI? I think like I don't think having wheelchair ramps is DEI. I think like I think it's the same kind of vibe, but I don't know about that. Shout out again to our boy. That's 185 out of 250, guys, and 47 out of 75 for the night. And Colin said it's jiggle tits. Oh, do I love my jiggle tits? But you missed most of it. We are just going to get a couple more things, and then we have some other stuff. So she's talking to PF Jung. I've been saying he's an aggressive centrist in the sense that he is aggressively. Yeah, exactly. The aggressive centrist finally taking a stand. We got our boy JL. Welcome to the party. And oh no, Lucid, you have a good night, brother. Have a good day at work. I gotta get up early tomorrow too. It's some bullshit. But having diverse groups of folks doing things is not always DEI. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, let's not stretch and be like, well, anytime you're helping somebody, that's DEI. Nah, I'm not playing that game. Jay said, I agree with pride. However, using it to trash other people is wrong. Interesting. All right. Let's see if he's actually going to take a stance here. Otherwise, we will move on. Yeah, accessibility laws are separate from DEI. Absolutely.
This was just hiring less straight white men. So it is. Obviously, it's not, white people getting lynched and their houses burned down like it was. But the systemic discrimination is clearly.
I'm DEI certified, and I can tell you, no, it is not.
Now against white people. And here's the thing.
The systemic,
young white men.
Did you say the systemic oppression?
the systemic discrimination written into law.
Okay.
Or not written into law. Well, depends on.
He's not going to answer. Bucks likes to just say things that don't make sense, and then we ask about it, and he runs away.
I don't think it's written into law.
Well,
to discriminate against white people.
In order to get government contracts, there's
okay. All right. So they're getting into the weeds here. Then, I think we saw the mindset of how it's okay that black people have pride, that trans have pride, and gay have pride, and everything else. But white, it's just different because it's just different. It's just different because it's just different. And so if we're, Jay was asking you how the chat is DEI. And my being brown, it's not DEI. The issue, again, remember, the liberals encourage white pride with this one issue. That white people are different. The irony is that it's the racist people who are typically white, sometimes black, but it's racist against white people, or racism against white people, that has created this problem. We solved the fucking problem. There's always going to be racist people. There's always going to be people who have ideas that are a little on the edge, and I don't love that. But stop saying that. Fuck you guys. I'm not a cracker. We see that's where it's coming from. And so let's hop over to our boy, Actual Justice Warrior, who is covering a little bit more of this exact same thing.
The George Floyd death. I mean, again,
our former friend, Ana Kasparian.
I was like, our friend?
Sometimes I check in on like what Anna's up to, and then I like actually feel sick to my stomach sometimes listening to her, because I find her so distasteful and upsetting and annoying and incorrect.
So while I was allegedly away in Miami with my wife on a vacation that may or may not have occurred, see this photo of me right next to a Gulf of America sign that, again,
based. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. We fucking go.
Could be AI generated. I ended up having to see some videos that, again, I normally would have responded to almost immediately, just kind of fall by the wayside. And I thought, you know what? When I get back in town, when I get back to my studio right here, when I see Mr. Skeleton again, I'm going to make videos about the current thing, not look back at all, because we got to keep up to date. But then I thought to myself, I don't want to do that. I thought to myself, I think there's a lot of funny things that I can make commentary on. And one of those things is the fact that Francesca Fiorentini and, of course, Emma Vigeland of the Majority Report are very, very much still upset at Ana Kasparian for daring to call Francesca untalented, unentertaining, and making fun of her ridiculous, stupid positions. And in this particular 30-minute video, they end up talking about that same thing that we discussed before on this channel, which was Ana Kasparian talking about the reality of the anti-white attacks that were ramped up in our culture post-George Floyd. However, Francesca and Emma are obviously very upset about that because white people bad, white people racist, and of course, they believe all the things that were being put forward post the George Floyd death. I mean, again, Emma Vigeland is the person who accused a pregnant 36-year-old woman of being drunk, evil, white, and racist because she actually believed that the pregnant 36-year-old white woman who is a physician's assistant who is getting off of her shift at her job was going up to 4 black teenagers to steal a bike from them. So,
do you guys remember that story? What an insane take to see a relatively young nurse and 4 black teens and be like, oh, well, she must be racist. David Sanders was a plumbing contractor, but said my wife owned 51% of the company. I could get preference in any government contracts. Same with minority-owned or Native American-owned. Just to be clear, she's white. That's a question. She's white. And so just not even bringing race into it. It's just not straight white men. That's it. Yep. But they will tell you that it's reparations and some bullshit.
Something that has never happened in the history of the United States of America, has never happened maybe in the history of the world. Emma Vigeland bought into that and smeared a regular, ordinary person because that's how much she is on the anti-white bandwagon.
I mean, I ride city bikes, which is clearly what they're using there. And it's not that hard to figure out. If you're doing it on the app, it'll say which bike and which it'll have a label at the docking station for which bike she's in reference, or they're both referencing. So honestly, it should have been pretty clear to her, but
should have been pretty clear to you.
she's in work clothes. So my first thought was, is she drunk? Like, I don't know, but she just seemed really out of it. And
put a 1 in the chat if you don't remember, like if you didn't see the video at all. To think, oh, you just, fuck it. Let's just do, nope. I was going to go back to X, but I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. City bike. City bike. I'm going to call it City bike Karen. She saw this. She saw this and was like, oh, wow, really? I figured you guys would have fucking been all over this. But this is all the kind of stuff that, yeah, that's sad, right? This is all the kind of stuff that, is about to pop back up. And so this is from 3 years ago. This was May of 2023. I'm surprised you guys hadn't seen it. Maybe you've seen it and you don't remember it. I'd be surprised if you guys have no idea.
The roughly 2-minute video starts with a white woman wearing hospital scrubs straddling a city bike, screaming for help, even though she doesn't appear to be in danger.
Even though she doesn't appear to be in danger. What? Looks like she's in danger to me. Looks like she's getting robbed and calling out for help. What are we talking about? Yep, let's not forget she's pregnant.
This is not your bike, repeats the young black man standing next to her who says he just rented that city bike. His friends standing...
Like a lie. Why is it covering... I can't get that right over. All right. Well.
Around him.
This is my bike. It's on my account.
While the video doesn't show the young man touching her, it does show her remove her hospital badge, then grab the young man's phone.
Oh, he took his phone.
The woman then tells him he's hurting her fetus.
I'm not touching.
When a man, also in scrubs, inquires what's wrong, the woman all of a sudden appears to begin
sobbing.
Told ya. When the man tells the woman to choose another bike, she calmly removes herself. Another young man recording the video can be heard saying,
"How you stop crying? Not a tear came down, miss."
We do not know what happened before the recording began at the city bike stand near East 30th.
And so even if she was, just using the crocodile tears, like this is a situation where maybe that's appropriate. Shout out to Glow and Dark. Welcome to the party. Very good to see you, sir. How are you doing? Do you remember this story from 2023 when they were all like, "Oh, city bike Karen, she's so racist."
First Avenue, but many.
And this is NBC covering this, so do with that what you will.
Are blasting the hospital worker, a physician's assistant who NYC Health and Hospitals Bellevue say appears to work for them. The city hospital group saying they are sorry this happened.
So to say, we recently become aware of an incident that occurs off campus over the weekend and appears to involve one of our employees. We are sorry that this happened, and we are reviewing the incident.
Civil rights attorney Ben Crump tweeting, "This is unacceptable," and she grossly tried to weaponize her tears to paint this man as a threat. This is exactly the type of behavior that has endangered so many black men in the past.
But he was a threat. He was a threat. He was robbing her. What the fuck are we talking about?
No one answered at the woman's Brooklyn apartment or returned our calls for comment. This woman lives in her building.
That woman lives in this building with me?
Another neighbor who knows the woman in the video told us off camera he believes the incident is being blown out of proportion. But this neighbor says the young man could have ended up in jail or worse.
It's clearly like a Karen, a Central Park Karen.
She's referring to the Central Park incident where...
And if you watch Actual Justice Warrior, you will know that this is also another anti-white racist story where the guy who's taking this video right now said on Facebook that he likes bird watching and he likes to go into this place and people have their dogs. So and he doesn't like that, so he's gonna bring treats and try to steal people's dogs. But yeah, she's racist.
Woman walking her dog
like a Karen, a Central Park Karen.
She's referring to the Central Park incident where a woman walking her dog called 911 on a black bird watcher.
She thinks that she's viewed as a victim because she's white, and she thinks that's obvious.
No, because she was a victim. Because this man who explicitly gave intent to do harm did harm. You fucking try to steal Morty away from me, and you're not gonna like what's gonna happen next. I might be small, but I'm scrappy. Oh, ankle pick a motherfucker. Quality said, we got Oppression Olympics combat. The Pussy Pass versus the Black Card. Who will win? I mean, with that, it's for a long time. The blacks won a long time.
In this America that we all live in.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news by downloading the NBC News app.
So yeah, that's what this is what she's talking about here.
Bike in which it'll have a label at the docking station for which bike is she's in reference, or they're both referencing.
No, I'm saying that Central Park Karen, the guy was trying to steal her dog. What are you guys okay? It was a 2-minute video of things that already happened that you just said, oh, I remember this. So just to reiterate, we had the nurse, the pregnant nurse, going to get a city bike. Then 4 teens tried to steal it from her. The video starts after the thing occurs. And so people like this get to take this type of reaction.
So honestly, it should have been pretty clear to her, but she's in work clothes. So my first thought was, is she drunk? Like, is she, I don't know, but she just seemed really out of it. And
so that's her take on the video that we just saw. Now, the second part of the stealing Morty was the black woman was accusing the nurse of being a Karen, like Central Park Karen. And so they showed a picture of the girl with the lady with the dog. In that situation, she called the cops on a black guy because the black guy was trying to steal her dog. Let's go. Let's go. Well, I mean, this is all about race because that's what we're talking about. But with them, it's a sickness. It's a sickness.
Is she drunk? Like, is she, I don't know, but she just seemed really out of it. And
did she seem out of it? She seemed pretty much on top of it. Oh. It's a family. It's a family. Claudia said, when women speak, does anyone here just hear an annoying buzzing sound?
She's straight up racist, totally. But there,
totally, obviously,
there was like she wasn't really making a ton of sense, which was bizarre. And they were.
She was saying help. Do you not understand the word help?
Or like, this is my bike. Just go to the other bike stand.
She's so close. She's so close. Yeah. Those other kids could have gone to the other bike and just taken the other bike. But they didn't want to pay for it. You know, like a crime.
The little docking station and get your own. It's not that difficult. But yeah, I mean, the white woman fake crying thing, I could do it too. But like...
I had to use that. I had to use that.
And then you just turn it off.
Now, the reason I bring this up is because one of the main issues that they have with Ana Kasparian is supposedly, according to Francesca Fiorentini, Anna told her that the word Karen is being used as a racial epithet against white women, and they find this to be absolutely ridiculous. And yet, here you have them pushing an insane racial narrative that, again, has never happened in the history of ever. It turns out that the black people were trying to steal the bike from the woman.
Obviously. And Diggs, you know, you say this. If you're not racist, you're racist. That literally is what they think. If you're not willing to say, as a white person, that, oh, of course I'm racist, that makes you racist. Make it make sense. She said also, if people are of the mindset that all of them act the same, i.e. they see a white guy acting racist and they think all are, and they see one black guy acting get it, and it means they all do. If someone's that low functioning, their opinion means nothing. Bingo. Agreed. Yeah, this was right around when Anna was starting to click for Anna. Right? That was May 2023. That's right around. What do you remember when her specific incident with the guy where she, you know what I'm talking about, the specific incident that really changed her when she was walking her dog. Do you remember when that was? Where we at? Me? Not yet.
Dilly dilly.
Not yet.
Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly. Dilly dilly.
Definitely. Yep. We're all okay. I just all right. Give me a second. I'm gonna come back to this. I just finished up. Yeah. And so that's again the focus of this. Liberals encourage white pride with this one issue. This is where this comes from. And yes, we are getting to the conversation with myself and Drew about white nationalism, but I want to tee it up and you know, give a good context as to where I'm coming from. Don't you pay to use the device in advance? Yeah, you use the app on your phone, and then you pay, and then it unlocks. So as Emma actually said, it's not that difficult. You can look at the phone and see. Yeah. So very clearly, somebody was lying. Somebody was trying to steal. And statistically, if we look at a pregnant nurse or 4 black teenagers, unfortunately, for whatever the real circumstances are, to assume anything other than what actually happened is stupid. It is not. That's not me saying that a pregnant white chick can't steal a bike from 4 teens. That's not me saying that at all. But as AJW says, that's never happened. Yeah, this was the right in line. Yep. Shortly after the lockdown craziness. Oh, yeah. Glow Dark said, Anna became less libertarian, in my opinion. People say she moved to the right, but she didn't. She's still economically far left. Fair, but I think when people are, talking about moving right, they're talking more about culture war issues. So she paid, and the black guys took. Yep. And this one over here was like, well, she seems drunk. Like, what? Lots of crazy. Well, yeah, sure. But the assumption, just based off that video, is crazy. Well, you gotta understand what left to them. Left means this, and so they're specifically making these videos about Anna not being woke enough. And so that's really what they're talking about. She's not going to stop wanting universal health care and safety nets and all that kind of stuff. Race on the brain, says equality, an incurable disease. Yep. It's like the killing of Tyree Nichols, a black dude, by 5 black Memphis cops. Still racist. Can't make that shit up. What? Yeah. Anna is definitely still left. That's why they say more to the right, relatively to where she was. So if you're on the left, and so like if this is the center and you're on the left, then you can move more to the right and still be on the left of center.
No, shocker. 4 black teenagers weren't being robbed by a pregnant white woman, but Emma, due to the fact that she's promoting
who, Anna or Emma? But yeah.
Racial hatred, decides to smear her as drunk. And again, this was a regular ass woman that they were trying to get fired from her job. And even the headline of this particular video, again, supposedly wasn't racially attacking white people, and this particular white woman is actually titled "White Woman Cries to Get Her Way, Attempts to Steal a Black Man's Bike." Even though, again, that is exactly the opposite of what happened. The woman did not try to steal a black teenager's bike, who was among a group of 4 black teenagers. But this is what TYT was portraying, because again, they were selling a racial narrative.
Anna thinks that Olay is, in her words, racist. And she told me that. She goes, I just feel like Olaymi's like, she's racist. She's like racist against white people.
Oh, I thought they were talking about Olay, like the company. But so this is the majority port is the Sam Cedar show. And then this chick used to be one of the Bucks. Help me out. What this chick used to do. I don't remember. But now they just, the bitchuation room. Hey, if the shoe fits.
And like Karen is actually a slur, and she told me this. So Karen-
Now, what's also hilarious in this clip is that they get really
okay, so that's the person. I think Drew's about to talk about
mad at that.
Drew. I think AJW is about to talk about that.
And like Karen is actually a slur, and she told me this. So Karen-
Now, what's also hilarious in this clip is that they get really mad at that Anna called Olay the large black woman who attacked Anna racially for no reason over.
Yeah, and hey, Box, those of us who came to the right from being politically homeless from the left, it's tiring too.
The whole birthing person controversy, a racist, and they're like, oh my God, how could you possibly do that? How could Anna say that this large black woman that apparently you're supposed to worship is somehow against white people or a giant racist or a race hustler?
I went to take a sip. Yeah, right, there you go. I went to take a sip, and I was like, why is this empty? And it's because we got to go back. All right, let me fill it.
And as we pointed out time and time again, while these people will defend Olay over and over again, they'll never acknowledge that she cut together a compilation of Ana Kasparian reading the N-word in videos that were entirely about attacking people who were white for saying the N-word, and pretended that Anna was comfortable calling black people the N-word.
Didn't she say that she has a hard time talking to black people?
I haven't remember that clip, but
Okay.
Let's just throw some shit out there. Didn't she say that like all black people, these people you're saying, are just like dirty? I don't know. I don't remember that specifically.
it's a yes. I've heard the lore of said clip.
Again, years in, and these weak cowards will not address this. And then, making things even more ridiculous, they reference a clip where Anna says that you're putting all this racial tension in the country, which makes it awkward for normal people to talk to black people. And then they try to
And remember how we were just talking about how it's directly related to this white pride thing? It's almost like there's a connection.
make the case that it's Ana Kasparian who can't talk to black people, of course, without showing the clip, without providing the evidence, because this is a vicious smear. So obviously,
Oh my goodness! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! Funk Master General with another 10 gifted memberships. My goodness. Thank you. So very, very much. Again, shout out to Shane, Tony, D's Nuts in Your Mouth, SS Contracting, Jeff Pearson, Cam Hill, Scott, Powerade, and Babbling V. You guys are all now members. So when we get to the end of the show, the chat will be going to members only, and you will still be there. Thank you so very, very much, of course, out sponsoring yourself. Sugar Daddy, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate it. Thank you. So very, very much, sir.
and of course, without showing the clip, without providing the evidence, because this is a vicious smear. So obviously, Ana Kasparian making more sense in this particular regard, that is something they cannot stand. Obviously, they're going to be upset about this. Obviously, they need to get all their information and thoughts out there. And the thing is, we're going to talk about this. We're going to discuss it. But first, we got to talk about you not getting.
But when Anna and I were still talking.
But first, we gotta do something else because we have hit the goal! Let's get some peanut butter! I brought him some extra water because he's gonna need it. Oh, you awake now?
Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice watches fire, a mind on its guard. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the fray, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the second coming of common sense.
There we fucking go! Well, shout out to you guys, all of you guys, helping meet the fucking goal, and of course, our boy. Oh, I love it! I love him. See, he's so happy. He's so happy. When he's happy, I'm happy. You guys are amazing. Thank you. So very, very much. He's loving it. Not anymore. Beautiful. Thank you so very, very much. A big shout out. And again, guys, that means, of course, that now Morty's got his special treat. I've got some push-ups to do. Maybe we'll add some more with the after party, but I've already got push-ups to do. And, of course, that gets us a little bit closer to movie night. Thank you so very, very much. Let's party on. Thank you so very much. Oh, wait, I wanted to get what, yeah. She's like 45. She looks young. She acts young. But she's grown as fuck. This is Sean Fitzgerald, aka the actual Justice Warrior. You got it. All right, bit back in. Jay, if that is for a side quest, let me know.
.com/AJW.
She and Jank actually had the cojones to debate people on the left, which they stopped having. They claim they want to work with all people. They're currently just every single show of TYT right now
when
is
Ben
just
Franklin was being carried away,
just tons of baby oil and Tucker's asshole, and it's just over and over. And the layers.
Yeah, we got that. That works. $5 for a side quest, and this is good to go. So do exactly what Jay did, whether in the Discord or somewhere in the chat. Give me the video that you would like to do as a side quest. And if we can do it, I try to keep it under 10 minutes, but this is 12 minutes. We can do that. $5 for a side quest. Let's do it.
Layers of baby oil.
So there's like a gross sexual element of this entire segment, and I guess Francesca Fiorentini is trying to excuse talk.
And there we go. Shout out to Jay. Add in push-ups, add in treats, and I will get the peanut butter while we are watching. So let's hit the side quest. Thank you. So, where'd it go? Oh, God damn it. Hit the like button. Because we always hit the like button.
Away from Independence Hall following the Constitutional Convention, a woman asked him what the men inside had created, a monarchy or something else. And Franklin, of course, famously replied, "A republic if you can keep it." At the time, Franklin was suffering from gout, which historians suspect may have been related to his wine habit. Which isn't something you hear about very often in school, but indeed, Franklin may have been slightly buzzed when he uttered that famous quote. And while we're at it,
I think that nothing's wrong with them per se, but I think they're hedging their bets on the older crowd a little too much.
The Sons of Liberty met at their usual tavern before launching the Boston Tea Party. In fact, on a Friday night in September of 1787, the founders ran up a legendary bar tab after putting the finishing touches on the country's new constitution. They met at City Tavern, which was their usual watering hole just a few blocks from Independence Hall. And on this occasion, the founders were greeted by the Light Horse of Philadelphia, a cavalry corps that crossed the Delaware with Washington and served as his personal bodyguard. The Light Horse also fought in several major battles of the war, including Trenton and Germantown. And so began the massive bender that started this country. According to the final bill, which was recreated in the 1950s, as you're seeing right now, the founding fathers drank, quote, 54 bottles of Madeira, 60 bottles of claret, 8 bottles of whiskey, 22 bottles of porter, 8 bottles of hard cider, 12 bottles of beer, and 7 large bowls of alcoholic punch.
Well, damn. Well, damn. It's American. It's American. Yeah, Quality, you got exactly that show, the habituationship thing. Gossip, gossip, gossip. Accuse, virtue, signal, gossip. Yep.
Now, there were only 55 attendees, which means that every guest was afforded several shots, a few cups of punch, and 2 bottles of wine, roughly a gallon of booze per person.
Oh, yeah, I'll keep this.
The musicians and waiters reportedly got a separate liquor bill accounting for 21 bottles of wine, which the soldiers paid for. Now, it's quite possible that by participating in this night of drinking, everybody involved raised his lifetime risk of cancer by 1%. It's even possible that some of these men may have affected their REM sleep cycles or caused a cortisol spike. Worst of all, some of these guys may not have been able to podcast for 3-4 days afterward.
Which you got? Put a 1 in the chat if you prefer while he's eating for a side quest, if you want me to keep him up here, or if you just prefer that we just watch the movie 2.
But all things considered, it was probably worth it. I mean, we should all be grateful that they didn't lock themselves in a basement and refuse to go outside for any reason because they might increase their risk of death. I mean, if they'd done that, we'd be British subjects to this day. And speaking of the British, for centuries, sailors in the British Navy were issued a half pint of 109 proof rum every day, which is like 4 or 5 shots every day for months or years while working in the most extreme and dangerous environments imaginable.
Based.
And you might say, well, they should have done that. Their Fitbits would have been yelling at them nonstop. But if that's your attitude, then you need to simply answer this question. The Royal Navy stopped the daily rum ration in 1970. Was the Royal Navy a more fearsome and effective fighting force before or after?
Nobody cares about whether we're up here or if I'm over here. Remember, this is 1, this is 2, if you care.
1970. Before the rum ban, the Royal Navy contributed to the birth of the empire and the rise of the British naval supremacy. After 1970, they're lucky if they can find the keys to their aircraft carriers. They only have 2 of them, which they never use. I mean, the British Empire.
Well, and I mean, you want to ask about what are the issues with there you go. There we go. All right, you get the front row view. Well, and yeah. So Boston Matt's barely touching the surface. It goes so much deeper. He just leaves it on the table to pick up, and that's the frustration. Quality's got to head out. Thank you so very, very much. See you next time. No, not you, motherfucker. Just be happy with what you got. This motherfucker, after the last time, hold on. After the last time, we hit the goal over and over and over, getting him peanut butter, but because the jar, I got him the jar, or maybe it wasn't the last time, it was the time before that. After all of that, I'm like, all right, you got a decent amount of treats and stuff. Let's chill. We don't want to give you too much. He brings the thing upstairs. He's like, can you scrape this for me? And I did it. I like to see him happy. But point being, that was another side quest. Okay, so the point on this is that's why I don't really watch Daily Wire videos that much. It's because exactly that. You just kind of dip your toe in. And it's like, okay. So my takeaway from this is the founding fathers drank a lot. Okay. Good fact to know. And I'm not complaining about the video or anything. I'm just saying in general, it's like, okay, got it. Moving on. Let's see. Pro-alcoholism. Sure sounds like it. Was a time when Tim Pool couldn't podcast because his hip hurt?
What?
Is that what's happening right now? Is he bitching out? I think I could too. And that's the frustration, that anything of substance is behind the paywall. And there's just too much other content out there that they're working on an outdated type of an outdated structure, where even the Michael Knowles bar fight thing, right? We loved covering those. We had a lot of fun covering those. And the first one, he put out the whole episode. And then there was one question at the end where he put behind the paywall. And then eventually he just had the one question. And then it's like, people aren't paying for that. Exactly. People aren't paying for this shit. There's too much content. And it's not that good. They didn't drink a lot. They drank a lot. All the time. Indeed.
To their aircraft.
All right, so if you want small Matt, big Morty, then let's get him some more peanut butter.
They only have 2 of them, which they never use. I mean, the British Empire no longer exists. The entire country has been emasculated. And the point is not that the British Empire collapsed because sailors...
Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I'm getting a little scared now. But shout out for another 20. Where'd he go? There you go. Are you going to go get some water? You want some water first? You can figure it out. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my fucking goodness. If you know what's good, feed Morty the Overlord. Thank you so very, very much, sir. Oh man, I gotta do some math here. So we'll keep this big and small Matt and Big Morty. Thank you so very, very much. Of course, out sponsoring your goddamn self.
Emasculated. And the point is not that the British Empire collapsed because sailors stopped getting hammered every day. I'm not alleging a direct causal connection here, although it's not crazy to think there might be some kind of connection to some degree. That's not the point, though. The point is that today you have men claiming
we're up to $97. Oh my God, my arms are gonna hurt, and well, hopefully it'll help me sleep well.
Cannot function for a week after sipping a glass of wine with their Sunday dinner. Not that long ago, men were literally conquering the world while drinking whiskey like water and having in every way what the modern podcaster would call suboptimal health habits. There is, again, an unmistakable fragility and neediness in all of this. And the hysterical claims about a sip of beer or a trip to McDonald's destroying you physically are revealed as absurd against a historical backdrop where men did much worse than that to their bodies and yet also achieved much more than you or I ever will.
Shout out to Chronic. Welcome to the party. So I believe in that video, he was trying to defend Cash and Pete Hegseth as they in fact drink somewhat regularly. That makes sense. But the problem is that, why should it be okay if you're not going to be, exactly as it was brought up before, if you're not going to be into alcoholism, then it just kind of seems like you're making excuses. The Founding Fathers did amazing things. Whether they were drunk or not drunk doesn't really seem relevant to today, but let's see if he pulls it together.
And that's your ancestral story, no matter where your family comes from. We are descendants of men who slept for 4 hours on a bed of straw, woke up, drank wine, and stormed castles. And we are losing that vitality completely. We're focusing on the wrong kind of longevity, the longevity of lifespan, rather than legacy and bloodline. And it's not that we have to choose between the two necessarily, but the latter should be much more a priority than the former. There aren't many examples of great men who achieved great things and lived perfectly healthy and optimized lifestyles. In fact, I can't think of any examples. I'm not saying there aren't any, but I can't. Can you?
Okay, so as we're watching, can you give me a one-sentence takeaway? What is your takeaway from this video? We're about halfway through. What is your takeaway by the end? You don't have to do it at this moment, but start thinking about what is your takeaway from this video?
You, off the top of your head? It seems that, greatness usually requires a certain looseness, a certain lack of care for your physical health, not recklessness, not like being suicidal, and certainly not being a glutton.
You mean like you just said that the Founding Fathers were? That's what I'm saying. What are we doing here? True. Very true.
But just an openness to risk that terrifies the health optimizers with their little bracelets. Now, it's not every day that I cite Harvard on this show, but this study bears mentioning because it began long before Harvard and the rest of higher education in this country went completely insane. There's something called the Harvard Study of Adult Development, and it's described as the longest study of human life that's ever been done. Mass General studied 3 generations of families across thousands of people for 85 years, and they began this study in the 1930s. And here's
I don't think I read this, but of course, Funkmaster said the Overlord wants, the Overlord gets. And I definitely do need to do push-ups. Thank you again, sir. Cannot tell you how much I appreciate it.
Top line conclusion after all that time. Quote, the people who were happiest, who stayed healthiest as they grew old, and who lived the longest were the people who had the warmest connections with other people. So even if you're tempted by the neurotic...
But of course, he's totally against the smoke circle, right? It's just this seems very almost woke. It's okay, now getting drunk on the job is good and loosening up and all that stuff. How does that fall into all of your other opinions about being a straight-laced Christian conservative that doesn't do anything? Yeah, like saying drink more, complain less. Okay, that doesn't necessarily contradict the Christian conservative thing, but it's did we really need this? I hope my doctor doesn't take his advice. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It's a different world. You done? All right, there you go. Glenn said, I couldn't find the mod page on Discord. I called all the night mod. Oh, there is no mod page. I meant to add you to the group chat. So don't worry about that. But you got all the things. You doing great, brother. Very much appreciated. And I'm going to assume that's Olivia that just joined the Discord. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Very glad to see you. All right, let's finish this up.
Like perspective on this, it still doesn't matter. I mean, in the end, it all comes out in the wash. Eat bacon if you want. The most important thing you can do, according to the experts themselves, is to do exactly what I'm saying. Don't focus exclusively on extending your life. Focus on doing something significant. And when I made this point on social media, as expected, a lot of people attacked me, called me a troglodyte, etc. Which,
well, that's what I'm saying. What was the process to be like, okay, we're going to do a video. We have this document where the founding fathers drank a lot. So let's just yap for 12 minutes.
Fine, maybe so. But then they told me about their diet apps and their heart rate monitors and their vegan diets and so on. And, my response to these people is pretty simple. Maybe with all of that stuff, you optimizing your health to that degree. Well, I'm not doing all that, although I'm doing, I think, reasonable things.
I do believe that name did come from funk.
Maybe you outlive me by a few years, or maybe not. But who cares? Like I have 6 kids. I have 4 sons.
I was just going to say, your kids.
My bloodline and my name will live on. I could die tomorrow, and I still win.
But your kids don't. So based on your entire ideology and world perspective, then you shouldn't be doing the things that you're saying people should do right now. Maybe that's why a lot of people, even though that Matt and Michael are the good ones, aren't watching as much anymore.
The problem with the health maxers is they only care about extending their own lives by every minute possible. They don't think about bloodline.
How dare you want to live long?
They don't think about legacy. And that's the kind of longevity that matters.
To you.
That's the kind of longevity that lasts 1,000 years. That's why we have a republic today. Now, increasingly, this health optimization obsession has become a desperate and doomed quest for actual immortality. Brian Johnson's motto is "Don't die," which has all the scientific seriousness of trying to sell a course on how to harness telekinetic powers, which is something that TikTok influencers are actually doing, by the way. That's a conversation for another time. A self-described engineering physicist responded to that video of Johnson hiding under an umbrella with this, quote, "Avoiding sun is being extremely bearish on the longevity biotech thesis. Assume we will have peptides for everything. Retroviral DNA upgrades, nanobot healing glands. Nature wants us dead at 35. Science will have us live to see the stars burn out." That, again, is just the hysterical fear in these people. Nature wants us dead at 35. And you're supposed to nod sort of solemnly at those kinds of pronouncements. Oh, yes, that's true. What are you talking about?
According to Matt Walsh. Ironically, what are you talking about, motherfucker?
What the hell are you talking about? Nature wants it. Where are you getting that?
Oh, I thought he was agreeing with that. I thought he was agreeing. Okay, all right.
You're just making it up.
Unlike what you're doing right now.
What's the good cause again? Oh, making you terrified, paranoid, and again, selling you things.
And what are you offering? Telling everybody to fucking drink and do drugs so they can be loose and have a good time, not be here for a long time?
That's not how it will work or can work. You're going to die. Absolutely. Very soon, actually, in the grand scheme of things. You have several decades at most. In 80 or 90 years, tops, nobody listening to these words right now will be alive. And most of them won't even be remembered. Like, it'll be like they never existed, as far as the world's concerned. And this fact is so terrifying to some people that they live every second in denial, clinging to the insane hope that somehow science will come along and rescue them from mortality.
Like it has been doing for the last, 500-700 years.
And even if it could, which it definitely can't.
And it definitely can.
Then what?
Then people get to live longer. And, those kids that you were talking about, you get to spend time with them. And so I want to address. I'll address this. I'll just
live to watch all your friends and loved ones die, and even their tombstones decay while you linger on.
Nope, because medical science works for everybody, and of course, people are going to die. But if the average age is 35, then when you get old, then people are going to start dying around you. Even if we extend that to 500 years, when you get to 450 years old, people are going to start dying. What the fuck are you talking about?
Trembling in fear, grasping desperately onto a life that no matter how long it lasts, you're wasting anyway.
So don't wait. Do you think that living longer and appreciating your life are mutually exclusive?
What?
How about you live long and within that time that you are here, because maybe there's nothing else, you try to extend it and also try to make the best of it.
And you get to see the earth decay around you and the sun burn out.
All right.
So you can live on in total darkness and decay. Wow. Sounds like a lot of fun, but no thanks. I don't need to live for a billion years. I just want the time I have, however long or short it might be.
That seems to be that seems to be the closest thing that makes sense.
To be meaningful. Well, they don't sell any bracelets that will track your progress towards living a meaningful life. There are no supplements or peptides for that. Science and technology can do a lot of things. Can even extend your life by a little bit.
Or a lot of it, as we've seen. So what did Jay say? That our legacy is all that matters. Well, this is akin to acting like life is a waiting room. It doesn't really matter what happens while you're here. It just matters what happens once you're gone. Whether you want to talk about legacy or whether you want to talk about the afterlife. The time that you spend here is just like stuff. You know, it's after you die that matters. Do you see the issue with somebody who isn't directly aligned with him, how they would hear that message and get the complete opposite of what he wants? I don't get it. I don't get it. Why is the Daily Wire the Daily Wire? David said, is that what you're taking away from what he's saying, Lunch? That he's saying people should drink more and die young? No, not necessarily. I don't really. What I took away from it is, cool, the founding fathers drank a lot. That's what I took from it. What did you take from it? Okay, so what did you hear? That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm asking. I'm going to jump back into the video, but I want to know, what was your 1 to 2 sentence takeaway from that video? Make me seem stupid by pulling something that was very much in the video that went right over my head. Because that's time that we all just spent that time. None of us can get that time back. And so if that whole thing was, and this is Jay, this is not on you specifically. This is on Matt Walsh. So don't think that just because I'm not like, if you go for a side quest and I'm like, I'm going to give you my opinion. That's what you paid for. So it's a matter of why is this video being made? Who is this video for? And what are you telling those people? And it just doesn't seem like there's a strong reason that video exists. So tell me what you heard. Let's dive back in here.
Baby oil and Tucker's asshole, and it's just over and over, and the layers of baby oil.
So there's like a gross sexual element of this entire segment, and I guess Francesca Fiorentini is trying to excuse talking about Tucker Carlson's rear end throughout the course of this with the idea that she's allegedly a comedian. She allegedly does comedy, allegedly does humor. I mean, she's never said anything funny in the entire history of her life, but theoretically, she's not a hack fraud political pundit with ridiculous ideas that are embarrassing, that can't stand up to scrutiny. She's actually somebody doing comedy, which means you can't actually criticize her stupid ass opinions, because again, she's not meant to know anything about politics. She's just making jokes. She's just making observations. But yeah, I find it kind of weird and disgusting that throughout the whole course of this is what she's trying to say, because she feels like TYT is sucking up too much to Tucker Carlson. And by the way, this is a point that I actually would be totally fine hearing out the argument of. But the fact is, you could tell throughout the whole course of this conversation that what Francesca is actually mad about.
And again, guys, both videos are going to be linked in the description if you want to watch them without my commentary. I probably should have put the link to the my video too, but you know what
is that TYT didn't want to deal with her. They didn't want to talk to her. They don't want to associate with her. And they're like, oh, you can actually talk to Tucker Carlson, who's willing to discuss issues with you, but you won't talk to me, who is going out of my way to smear you on your own network. And then after you guys decided to part ways with me, I then pretended I was a victim because I was a part-time employee for years, and you guys never gave me a chance to be full-time.
And I'll explain that a little bit later. But first, some backstory. So I have been
a
TYT for 10 years now, appearing on all of the shows as a fill-in host, as a guest host during election coverage, on the TYT main show, on the Damage Report, and on Indisputable, along with a lot of other shows.
And so just because we're coming back from that side quest, I want to remind you that the through line we're talking about through this this stream is liberals encourage white pride with this one issue. Racist, 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 racist. Oh, the white cisgender males are this, that. Shut up!
I have always hopped on at the last minute, Always helped out in a pinch. I guest host last minute, and yes, I was paid. And if you're watching this,
all right, so let's see. Going back to the Matt Walsh video, Cuba said, "What I heard, men used to do substances way more back then and achieved more. Therefore, modern medicinal warnings are gay." Seems rational. How does that fall into Matt Walsh's worldview? Again, not challenging you. I'm just saying, don't we agree that that doesn't really feel like a thing that Matt Walsh believes? David said, "I heard a rebuttal of the left pearl clutching at someone in the current administration drinking, and then saying you should strive to do things that actually matter instead of trying to live 10 minutes longer while actually accomplishing nothing." I think the direct connection to Cash and Pete, you're probably right. You know, when I ask what is the reason, but like, I don't think we need that. I don't think we need that. But he had to make a video, so there you go. Let me find some way to inadvertently or indirectly make the right seem good again, even though it doesn't align with my personal values. I'm on the team. Oh, you were going to say it sounds characteristic? Treating modern medicine with suspicion and gayness. Okay. I mean, hey, if you guys are, if you guys watch it more than I do, and you think that does fall in line, then I'll take the L. But it just seems like a weird message. You should be drinking more. Like what? Shout out to T-Bone. Welcome to the party. Shout out to Fort Worth. So what if you're a deadbeat, smoke and drink all day and have a great life, but die young for your kids not to have a dad when they get into their 20s? Is it worth it? And that's precisely what I said. I think that Matt Walsh would answer that question no. Yet, he explicitly said the opposite. Well, I'm going to expend my life for a few. Like, okay, yeah, if you're extending your life just doing drugs or just drinking or just being crazy or just whatever, then, okay, I understand that. But extending your life so that you can spend more time with your offspring sounds like something Matt Walsh would want. I like Matt Walsh, but sometimes it feels like he's just talking, but not thinking about how it sounds. Bingo. Glad we agree. All right, moving on.
And you are a TYT contributor and you are not getting paid, stop going on TYT until you do. I've never been a full-time employee, never got healthcare, never got maternity leave when I had my child.
Even though, again, when you actually listen to Francesca Fiorentini talk, allegedly,
again, an almost 50-year-old woman who acts like a teenager.
This was her choice.
You have had sometimes bad luck, like with AJ Plus and stuff.
Oh, just bad luck. That's it.
I mean, it's
no, I really didn't actually. I just am allergic to money, Emma. Just don't worry about it. I left AJ Plus. AJ Plus
you're so
offered
deserving,
me.
and it's
AJ
just,
Plus offered me in 2018 when they were moving to
AJ Plus, I assume, is Al Jazeera.
To DC, a very handsome salary that I turned down because I had been there for, at that point, 4 years, and I wanted to move on, and I wanted to move to LA. So that's what happened to me. And I'd moved to LA not for TYT. I moved to LA to actually like pitch more shows, do more comedy, meet more people, get managers and agents and whatnot. And I did. So that is.
I mean, she definitely don't look bad. She definitely don't look bad. Neither of them are ugly, but they open their mouths. Oh my God. And I can't. And like Emma is probably a little bit closer to my age. I'm 36. I think she's probably in that range, probably like 32, 33. That's just me guessing. And I know that Francesca's like almost 50, but the mouth ruins it as usual.
I've had a lot of luck, and I've also turned a lot of down. So I just want to name that.
So on the one hand, Francesca Fiorentini is saying, look, I could have moved to DC. I could have got the benefits, got the good salary and all that. Or I could have pursued my dreams of alleged comedy in Los Angeles, done part-time work for TYT as I supplemented my income. And I thought that was a better option for me.
Her Culture War episode, that was one of my favorite things to cover ever.
But then after they end up parting ways with her, all of a sudden she was exploited at TYT and it wasn't a better option for her. And she's actually the victim. And this is a common theme that you see among these.
Who, this guy? Sean? Sean's my dude.
Where they attack and get super personal and get ridiculous and absurd while simultaneously pretending that you're being the unreasonable one. Because, of course, a big part of their game is gaslighting, which is why this whole thing is done in a snarky, mean girls kind of tone.
Or are we talking about Matt?
Of course, they accuse Ana Kasparian of being a mean girl.
Yeah, so I'm going to address it. I think that the clip that Francesca's using is misleading and totally out of context, but that's okay. But I know that
like that's okay. We don't give a shit about them.
It's not okay. No, it's not okay. That dishonesty is not okay.
Get me. Get me.
Go ahead.
I hear you.
Well, that's why they're successful. It's not because they talk well. It's not because they have good ideas. It's because all of the women on the left are fucking whales.
I hear you. I don't mean to.
But she's getting the likes that she wants, right? Otherwise, I mean, who would pay attention to anything she's doing?
Let's go.
I mean, if it's a crime thing, definitely Sean. If it's just a more general, because Sean's an atheist as well, so if it gets into general morality, then because of the fact that everybody just say "my God," then Matt would.
Go girl, let's go, Regina.
And in fact, the queen of the Mean Girls, Regina George, and this is where we.
And so she said, Anna's won me over, and it took a while. And I agree. What that does not mean is that, oh, Anna's one of us now. Anna's a MAGA Republican. It doesn't mean any of those things. It means, oh, I feel like I can, I'm speaking for myself. You can tell me if you agree or disagree. And this is exactly what you mean, Drew. But at least for me, Anna winning me over means, okay, I trust that when you're saying things, you believe those things. At least to a strong extent. Like with Cenk, exactly, right? You don't care about Cenk. God damn. All right. But when it comes to Cenk, like I don't trust that he is necessarily going to say what he believes. I think he's more willing to say just whatever's best in the moment. And I mean, to an extent, I think neither of them would really say anything that like if they had some huge awakening. I'm trying to think of like on the trans stuff, for example. I don't think they would articulate that very. I mean, I don't think. I don't know. It's tough out there. And so when you get the feeling that you can trust somebody, even if they disagree with you, that can give you a basis. And you're like, okay, well, Anna's saying this, and I disagree, but at least that's where we're starting. And so all the other right-wing people are saying that. All the left-wing people are saying that. Find yourself in the middle. They said Crowder, Sean, and Matt changed my mind panel versus Kamala voters. Oof. I feel sorry for those voters. Just wasn't sure if she was shifting on the culture war because she saw it going the other way or if she had a change of heart. Yep, and I definitely agree that that's the dichotomy. But it feels like she would have switched a bit earlier if it was just on the grift. But, you know.
You get Emma Vigeland's doofy ass face, which you could see as they're calling her Regina George.
The left were saying some pretty horrific things about because terrible, bigoted or biased comments that were said about other groups of people. Like, you're not going to change the culture unless you're willing to reject all of that, right? And you don't want to see it directed at anyone. I even saw it directed at Asians during the affirmative action fights because there were a group of Asians who challenged affirmative action all the way to the Supreme Court.
Oh my God.
So,
oh my God.
Oh my God.
That people on the left were saying some pretty horrific things about because of the fact that they're Asian. Oh, Asians think so highly of themselves. They think they're white. And this.
Okay, you're just going to have to deal with
I mean, we don't think we're white, but we do think we're better than you. Because we are.
Some of the BS she says uncontested, so I can get to the better BS.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to jump in right there, but she's lying about the Asian American thing. Keep going.
Well, her claim is that yes, people on the left were racist to Asians because they joined affirmative action, anti-affirmative action lawsuits.
No, but
so you can go into our say just because she's not completely batshit, and so you could see that you can be completely batshit and be quite successful just by being a woman. And so shout out to Anna because she didn't need to take on this bullshit. She could have just either started or continued the grift.
But the only reason that they were included in that lawsuit, it was by a conservative group, I'm trying to look it up right now, is because they were using that as a shield to basically say that, oh, it's white people being discriminated against, but also Asian people too.
So this is really telling right here because Ana Kasparian ends up making a point, and by the way, this has been proven time and time again, that affirmative action, while it does advantage Black and Hispanic people in comparison to whites and Asians, actually disadvantages Asians more. So as a part of the anti-affirmative action suit, they ended up getting an Asian group to join up with them in order to strengthen their law. lawsuit. And obviously, this is something that the left found reprehensible. They would call Asian people white adjacent, say that they think that they're better than other people of color. And I just want to point out that when it's convenient for Francesca Fiorentini and she's going to go in crazy directions, like in her conversation with Cenk Uygur, she's going to say, oh, she's part Chinese, therefore the evil bad orange man is going to put me in a concentration camp because Chinese, the most targeted by the Trump administration.
You want to have a beer with people?
I mean, like it did coincide with all of that stuff, the tide turning, but that the tide was turning because partly the crime was going insane. So I mean, that makes sense to me. I would understand if somebody so yeah, that's the kind of thing we want to avoid with Nightbot just going too hard. But you guys are smarter than Nightbot. I like to think that the culture just became undeniable. That especially for somebody who's so insulated, then like it makes sense why you wouldn't see the reality on the ground. And then as crime's getting worse, it's going to reach the gated communities. What do we got going on here?
In a concentration camp because Chinese, the most targeted by the Trump administration.
Yeah,
You want to hear with people who want to put people in mass deportation camps. They want to deport.
You think we're going to get put in camps? You sound all right. Anyway,
you think I sound crazy? They're starting with Chinese people. That's my family.
Did he just say? Did she just say? Do you think I sound crazy, bitch? That's just a way that bad people talk.
Camps. You sound all right. Anyway,
you think I sound crazy? They're starting with Chinese people. That's my family, dog. Like, what are you talking about?
But in this particular regard,
and adding that's my family, dog.
Have decades of policy of Asians being deliberately discriminated against by affirmative action, and this has been proven by the data over and over and over again. All of a sudden, that doesn't matter, and in fact, it's really a plot by the evil white supremacists. So again, doubling down on that talking point that Asians are white adjacent or just being used, or their grievances about certain policies that disadvantage them. Again, based on the past discrimination of white people, which it's immoral to disadvantage white people and not count them based on their merit, based on things that other white people did. But just setting that aside for a moment, Asians would not have participated in that. In this case, no.
Including they're Asians.
Well, that's right-wing propaganda. No. Those Asians, they just need to shut up. Again, affirming that ridiculous notion that is being put forward by the left wing that Anna is actually referring to right here. And this is why
I think is that what I'm gonna all right, so let's watch this last clip here, and then we're gonna go on to the discussion with Drew. And the reason I'm showing you all this is because I still believe that Drew is mislabeling himself as a white nationalist. I don't think that or it's either that or the meaning of white nationalism has been so watered down that just being white and liking America makes you a white nationalist. In which case, it's not really a useful term. So let's watch. We'll get to the next clip, and then we're gonna move on to our boy Drew. And again, Drew, if you want to stick around and come up after I'm talking all about that, that is perfectly cool.
Again, even though they have some criticisms, like the fact that TYT is very much in the Tucker Carlson camp, and in all the worst ways, they're aligning with Tucker Carlson, since they actually agree with those issues, they don't have any salient criticisms of Tucker or TYT, but it's these issues right here that they're really upset about, which is, oh, you can't talk about Asians being discriminated against unless it's in this mythical context of the Trump Chinese people concentration camps.
China. Shout out to Rowdy Gowdy. Welcome. Very good to see you, sir. Glow in Dark say the word the Japanese have for Japanese people translates to the people or the humans from what I can remember. Oh, yeah. Orientals are very racist amongst other Orientals. Do not. So the Japanese are at the top. I think the Laotian, whatever that is, I think they're at the bottom. Like the Filipino, pretty far down there. But you know, the more it's gonna be racist as fuck. The more Mexican it seems, the worse off they are. Tell me I'm wrong. David said, do Americans think they are better than other people, or our country is better than other countries? That's a good question. So I'll end this poll with most of you saying that white pride is not a bad thing. So how do we want to phrase this? Do Americans think we are better Let's do this. No fucking way, dude. No fucking way. You're trying to hurt me. You're trying to hurt me. I think we are better blank. All right. So Americans think we are a better blank than others. A better people or a better country? Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. This man is fucking dropping bang. First, you got a nice big treat for the... Oh, little burp first. There you go.
Shadows gather where the truth once stood. A kingdom of confusion carved out of falsehood. Body walks through the ruins like a prophet reborn. A voice wants in fire, a light darkness gone. The chaos watches with an all-seeing glare. Guardian of reason in a world unaware. When the overlord stalls at the edge of the frame, the faithful rise up, they already know his name. I'm here to resurrect the sinking journey of common sin. I come to wake the sleeping.
Oh! We got a movie night! We got a movie night! Hell yeah! My goodness! My fucking goodness. My fucking goodness. A shout out to T-Bone. There you go. Got that membership. Sometimes I wet my plants. That's a good name. Sute, White Raven, Jaded, something, Angle Karma, Angle Karma, Marching Matters, Scott, Amy, and Brad. You guys are now members of the channel. So when we go down to members only in about 30 minutes, you guys can still chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Shout out to Funk Master. And yes, we have unlocked the movie night. So you guys will get to, so we'll do that later. We'll start. Yeah, okay, we'll figure it out. All right, let's do what we're doing, and then we'll get back into it. So, thank you so very, very much, sir. 127 for the night. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Being discriminated against unless it's in this mythical context of the Trump Chinese people concentration camps, but in this actual context, that's a white conspiracy. It reminds me of the Stop Asian Hate thing, where black people were attacking Asians over and over and over again, and we had a whole campaign about the anti-Asian attacks in the country post-COVID, but we would never talk about the perpetrators because, again, Asians are meant to be used as a prop when they're being attacked, when they're being targeted, when they're being discriminated against. But when the people who are doing the discriminating are on the left or Democratic voting base or minorities themselves, that's when we kind of blur up this whole thing, and that's what you're seeing right here.
Well, let me ask you something. We did have affirmative action for many decades. Did it solve anything?
I mean, this smile is absolutely.
Notice how they're not going to let the answer
absolutely
play.
Killing me.
Affirmative action for
They're just going to talk about her looks.
many decades. Did it solve anything?
Like,
and we wonder why people are looking for white power. Why people are interested in white pride. Because you do this.
Miriam just gets done explaining very, very, very respectfully why the identitarianism or identity politics gets played by the right as well, and also how class and race intermingle, and that working class, number one, majority of working class people are people of color and are also women, and that should factor in. And then Anna just comes back to the like, well, we had affirmative action. Did that solve anything?
Did it? What did it solve, you dumb bitch?
Sly little smile as if she knows it didn't.
If
she does know it didn't, and if you know that it does, then you can say that. It's almost like you're online already. It's almost like you got a fucking microphone in front of your face. It's almost like you got a camera on you. The fuck?
Action. Did that solve anything? Sly little smile as if she knows it didn't.
If it's not a panacea, if our efforts to address systemic racism are not a panacea that have an 100% hit rate, then apparently the justification is to do away with the program altogether. It's so obvious that she's only listening to conservative media because this is a conservative construction, and you don't need to just apply it to racism here. You can apply it to any social.
So if you look at the objective reality that fucking what's it called? Affirmative action didn't help black people in the way that they wanted to help. You must be right wing. You must be right wing. This is how you get white pride, white supremacy, white nationalism, all that shit. We didn't have that in the 90s. It existed, but it wasn't like it is today. And it's not a good thing. I understand the need to feel to fight back. I totally get that. But that is not how a country finds peace. That is not how you advance civilization. Lone Dog said, I live in Japan and been to China and the Philippines. Colorism and racism is so prevalent. Yep. Nothing new and nothing old. Or very old, rather. Something very old. That whole thing was sad. It's pretty pathetic. So there's also a lot of elderly Asians. Makes my blood boil. Well, I mean, hey, they're from a different time, right? They're from a different time. I forgot about our poll. Interesting. David said, I guess Americans have enough friendly rivalry in our own country because don't consider the rest of the countries to be on the same level. North versus South, East versus West, Texas versus everybody. Fair enough. Rowdy suggested we party on. So we party on. Dilly motherfucking dillity. Yeah, that's where we're at. That's where we're at. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. It's always so like the knockout game. That's just a common thing, like in the hood. So it may not be black people specifically. It's a lot of black people. And so that brings us to the other night when we were talking. I don't even remember exactly what we were talking about and such that I'm going to make this big and wide because you're not going to be able to see it over there. I don't even remember exactly how this came up. But we were in the after party. We were talking about white nationalism and how that seems to be kind of silly. And Drew was, I don't remember much either. Drew was like, "Hey, I'm a white nationalist," and I was like, "Are you sure?" And so this ensued.
Program.
College, yeah, like college, like any university. It wants to poison you.
Oh, who's the he in this situation?
Preferably a competent white person. Yeah. But we have to find more of it.
See, like again, the Drew, I can tell by the way that you talk. Again, I know that you said you don't follow these people, but you know, this is what Big Daddy Pod brought up about the worry. Like, oh, you got to find a white. Why does that matter? It doesn't. I've never heard anybody actually be able to explain why the whiteness specifically matters. I get the cultural aspect. But, like, you know, most white people are liberals, right? Okay, maybe not most, but there's a huge plurality. Let me see this of white people who are against any of this shit. Let's bring out our boy Drew. Welcome. And again, before we go into this, I want to send a big thank you again to Drew for being willing to have this conversation. I don't know if he thought it was going to go this way or what, but very gracious and very much appreciative. Glenn said I'm sympathetic to some of their arguments, but usually their prescriptions are a no-go for me. That shit. Me too. So the first time I heard of affirmative action was in the 90s. Yep, when we were already doing so great. And then colorism.
What's up? Can you hear me?
Out to our sponsor. We definitely can.
All right.
What's up, brother?
What's up?
Yep, and Drew also got us to last week's movie night, and we watched Airplane. It was a good one.
Yeah.
Pretty good, but maybe not white enough. I don't know.
Pretty good.
There you go. So talk to me about what does it do for you, given that you are not agreeing with the way that these guys are talking? Hey, shout out to Real Black Betty in the building. Welcome. Said feed Mr. Peanut Butter. Indeed we will. Regular treat first. Thank you. Adding yet another push-up to the show. I'm going to be hurting, guys. I'm going to be hurting. Thank you. And welcome to the party. I'm going to leave him. Yeah, we can see this. What does it do for you to be a white nationalist?
Oh, well, I didn't say that. I didn't agree with them. I didn't know who they were.
Okay, so you do agree with them. And so again, them being like, well, you need a preferably not a Jew, preferably a white man. Okay. Let's just go with this last line here.
What do you say? Like college. Yeah, like college. Like any university. It wants to poison you.
Who's the he in this situation?
Preferably a competent white person. Yeah.
So if she's trying to not be fucked over by the feminist Marxist college bullshit, with that I think we all agree is bullshit, then she needs a competent white person, preferably a competent white person. Why not even if you were to say preferably a competent Christian? Okay, fair. What is the whiteness part of it?
The whiteness part of it is okay. Look, I feel like a lot of this is obfuscated by the fact that, and I'm not saying that you believe this, Lutch, obviously, or like anybody in the chat believes this, but there's this sort of common misconception that like white people have no culture. You know, like you hear people talk about that.
Yeah, I don't know why I don't know why they treat those differently in terms of like they don't count for the goals. The goal thing has been broken all week, but they don't count for the goal, and like I don't know why they treat it differently. It would be a lot more convenient if it did. Sure.
And so when it comes to like the virtues of white nationalism,
clean that out.
It means that we as white people have made white countries. They may be less white than they were before. But we are.
Do you guys want me to turn this chat off so that you can see what everybody was saying while the conversation was going on? So chat on this chat. Chat on, chat off. Let me know. You drop your thing, Bubs? I got you. Don't worry. More peanut butter treats for you because you're amazing. Just I'm glad Soberme is here tonight, so hopefully pull some erudition of cogency out of whatever this was. We'll see.
Are entitled to our home, just like anybody else is. And
but you're explicitly saying anybody else is not unless they're white.
I'm not saying that anyone is not unless they're white. I'm saying that there is, or I mean, there isn't, but there ought to be a concession that if you are in a white country, then you understand that you are going to be living by white cultural norms. You are going to be living by a generally white European mores.
Okay, so
and you don't have to be white to agree to live by those things.
Fair. So let's go with you're talking about white culture. I put this to explicitly say this: that white people don't have culture. Irish have culture. Italians have culture. England has culture. They're distinct from each other. And so even if you want to say European culture, then there's white people from Russia that are. And so why then are we focusing on the color as opposed to the ideas? And so I guess a clearer question is, why not have a focus on the so let's back up. What are the aspects of white culture that you believe are important to uphold?
Christianity, meritocracy, a general shared shared lineage, shared mores, democracy.
Okay, and none would you would accept that none of those things are inherently white?
They're not inherently white, but white societies are the societies that have built successful societies around those ideas.
Except for the Russians.
For the Russians.
What's that?
Except for the Russians, I don't know what that question was. Except for the Russians.
Well, you're saying that white culture does these things.
What about communists?
What I meant, I could have been a little bit clearer on that, but we're talking about whiteness and how that has been creating the same values, but the Eastern European countries and Asian and Western Asian countries have different values.
What about white communists?
Yeah, well, right, and so you can get into a lot of different things of these things that a lot of white people have this culture.
Yeah,
that's different than being white is this culture. You see the difference of like let's say Christianity and meritocracy are two things you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so we see a lot of that in a lot of different countries. And yes, I am willing to accept that the version of that is typically among nations that are predominantly white. But wouldn't you admit that there is even in the Middle East, like we have Israel that is very closely aligned. I mean, the current thing is different, but I'm talking about the history. So real quick, what I'm going to do, guys, we've got 15 minutes left for the regular show. But since we hit the goal so hard, I think I'm going to give you guys another, we'll give you another 30 minutes. We'll give you another 30 minutes without going to members only. Just because I love you. I don't get the white, but none of what you said is only white people. It may be, and so don't you think it would be better? So David said, why is black culture lumped together when there are around 50 different major black countries? I say that within America because of the fact that those different countries were the heritage was erased, and you became a black American slave, and there you were bred among different things, and so to me it makes sense. It makes more sense that to talk about black culture than it does to talk about white culture, because there was no collective bringing together of white people and putting them on all the same plane. Would it be better if you had a word that was describing exactly what you're saying but wasn't limiting by skin color? Because when you say white, it's white. I'm not white. And so if there, let's say the word, let's just say golden, whatever, we're a golden nationalist country. I'm a golden nationalist.
Okay.
That means that, the gold countries, most of them are white. Most of them have mostly white people.
Mm-hmm.
Christian, they're meritocracy, all of the things, they're clean. They do, so on and so on, go down the list. Shout out to Glow and Dark. Oh, let me get the bump. Again. Bum 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 bum.
So it's not if you know what's good, feed Morty the overload.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Shout out to the Cryptid Sleeps. You are now a member. Very, very, very much appreciated. All right. Let me put that back up there, and that over there, and that there, and that there. And we'll keep Big Morty while we go on. All right, so let me back that up a little. Golden, whatever. Fucking, we're a golden nationalist country. I'm a golden nationalist. That means that, the gold countries, most of them are white. Most of them have mostly white people. Christian, they're meritocracy, all of the things, they're clean. They do so on and so on, go down the list. Don't you think that would be much easier and to like, especially people on the left? I mean, you're having trouble with people on the right.
Right.
With people on the left, it would be way easier to be like, no. You actually do want these values overrepresented, for lack of a better term, but heavily represented in your culture, even if you don't subscribe to them, if you don't necessarily believe in them. Like, for example, myself, I do think that because I have not completed my life's work of bringing that moral structure, that I do want to live in a Christian country. Yeah. And I understand that doesn't mean that it's not a theocratic, you have to be Christian, but predominantly Christian.
Right.
And even if you're not a Christian, I still base my morality on Christian values. And so for bringing that in is a Christianity, meritocracy. What were some of the other ones of white culture?
Yep, Christianity, meritocracy. Well, and it comes down to and it comes down to culture. I mean, Western music, classical music, Western literature, literature written by white people.
Nah, you good. It was a good conversation. I mean, I still disagree with everything, as we'll see, but it was a good conversation.
Architecture.
So what if there was
created by white people?
Can you name a just any old book or some type of writing that you're appealing to?
Oh, so like when it comes to like culture, like
when you're saying white music, I think books are a good place for where I'm trying to go. Maybe you'll disagree, but yeah, what would be something? Yeah, so David's saying that would mean black culture would be slave and Jim Crow culture, because that is the time they were excluded from just American culture, right? But even still, after that, there was still a difference between what was acceptable for black people, what was acceptable for white people, what was acceptable between black and white people, and again, that through line of being black was the only thing that they could hold on to. Because they weren't Nigerian, they weren't Kenyan, they weren't this, that, the other. They were just a mix of African and brought to American. So even though I still don't think that black culture and white culture, and I still don't think that in America those are very helpful, black culture makes more sense than white culture. Glow said, I do feel like meritocracy is mostly a white thing, so I'm kind of in between you guys. Nah. Being on time. Yep, there you go. Hey, shout out to Bugs with the big 5. Thank you. Yeah, take your break, bro. Here, let me play. Shout out that Bugs again. All right, I'm gonna if I fucking pause it every time, then you can be like, I'm not gonna donate because I don't want you to pause it. So we'll keep it going. But thank you so very, very much. My arms are going to hurt, and as I always say, I'm going to try. If I can hit that number, then I'm not going to fucking hurt myself. I'm going to try. I think books are a good place for where I'm trying to go. Maybe you'll disagree, but yeah, what would be something? Shakespeare. Okay, so
classic example.
So if we had Shakespeare's work, but it was written by a black guy, would you throw it out? Like what? Let's say we'll go into hypothetical world. Let's say hypothetically tomorrow something comes out. Oh wow, we just actually discovered that Shakespeare was a black guy. How does that affect, or does it affect how you would include that?
Well, I mean, it's probably a less potent example now because not many people, I would say the majority of people don't know that much Shakespeare, but there was a time in the West and in the New World, which was predominantly white people, where you could reference Shakespeare and everybody knew what you were talking about. We're talking about common reference and shared common experience.
Yes, we are.
That is, and I can understand why people have a sticking point when people say white.
So yeah, let's address what Big Daddy Pot is saying. That he can't say European culture because it sounds anti-American, so he says white culture.
Well, white culture, European culture, I could equivocate between the two.
So then, right there, I would say, okay, well then, if you know that white culture has that baggage, then just say European culture. So, okay, force a habit.
Yeah.
It said, I believe we are the human race, but different cultures are not equal. That is sometimes associated with skin color, but I think that is incorrect. Response? Oh, sorry. You guys got to remind me. Sometimes I forget to read these. I get so excited with the puppy. But Box for the $5 said, what more do you want than a man to keep his word? That's all you can ask. Well, that's not true. You could ask a lot more, but that's all you can really expect. You got, yeah. Different cultures are not equal. Are sometimes associated with skin color, but I think that is incorrect.
But I think that is
inaccurate.
Not equal. Yeah, different cultures are not equal. Yes, that is sometimes associated with skin color. Yeah.
Well, I think that's precisely what Big Daddy Pod was saying, and so you wouldn't the specific thing there would be being a white nationalist means that I just want European culture in America. But also, that's not. Is that really what you're saying? Because you said that they're interchangeable, and so when we're getting to the I'm not saying European nationalist works, but if American nationalists and European nationalists are the same thing, or rather, white nationalists and European nationalists are the same thing, then at least you could appeal to. Well, I'm a white nationalist, but that just means that I want America to be based on European values. Like the goal here is to soften the language so that the actual real idea that you're trying to represent gets out.
Yeah. So I guess like I would ask you. I would ask you. What?
And so then you could see that's when I make the decision of like, okay, some people are some people, no shade, but some people, understand like I'm just pulling up chats so that I can give you guys attention, and other people stop. So I'm like, all right, I'm not gonna pull every little thing up. Oh my goodness! Oh wait, no, hold on, I forgot that I had the button. Oh, he's taking a water break. He's taking a water break. He needs that water. I'll let this play while it comes out.
About.
Oh, and again, I forgot to read it.
What? Again?
Fox again said there's only one race, the human race. America is about treating people as individuals. Agreed.
I guess just making the intellectual assent.
He's taking a little walk.
America was founded by white people. It is a white country. What about invoking that is problematic or offensive or not even like any of those loaded terms? Like
no, I got you. It's the disconnect. I mean, similar to yeah, exactly. So the idea that white doesn't really map onto what you're saying. If you are saying European, then there's a lot of European countries that are not white, that are not Western, that are not that way.
Spit it out.
So it is it's one.
Nigga, eat it.
Because I'm not white, so it sounds like, hey, you don't want me here. Or even I think you would agree with this part. It's not, hey, Lutch, it's not that we don't want you here. It's just that you're only allowed if you believe we're the majority, and we should be. Do you disagree with that statement?
That we're the majority and we should be?
No, that I should want that.
Well, I mean, if you're here, why wouldn't you?
Because there's a lot of bad ideas in white people. There's a lot of good ideas. There's a lot of bad ideas. The whiteness fails to make the connection again, if you go back to a Christian nation, that makes sense to me because it's not about treating people differently. It's about the basis. But whiteness itself doesn't have a basis. It's just the color of your skin. Going back to, I think it was Glowing Dark. I apologize for somebody else, but you're talking about European countries. But then let's bring in what the other thing that Big Daddy Pod is. If you're saying that European versus America,
false equivocation. Unless
I think it was
a lot of European cultures.
This one. Okay, so he can't say European culture because it sounds anti-American, so he says white culture. And that I
don't think European culture sounds anti-American. But sorry, go ahead.
Fair enough, but I do, because we fought a fucking war to be separated from Europe. So as much as I'm not white, I'm definitely not European. Why would we? That's the disconnect. And I know that you weren't trying to use the loaded terms, but whatever offense and not liking that, whatever the fuck it is, the part of that I don't like is not only that I'm not white, because I'm not Christian either. But I can see why someone would use Christianity as the through line. We got Adam with another $4.99. Thank you so very, very much. We have already hit the goal, so every new donation not only comes with a treat for Morty, but we refill his. Man, he didn't even get to finish that one. Thank you so very, very much, and welcome to the party. This was a conversation between Drew and myself from the other night about being a white nationalist. Welcome to the party. But I can see why somebody would use Christianity as the through line. I don't understand why the color of your skin is a through line for anything. What is it? What is whiteness give us that is a through line to build a nation on? And all the things you said are not inherently white. Thank you, sir.
Well,
they're Western. They're
right, but they're Western. But Western was at up until the point of this country founding. Western, it was inherently white. It was.
Okay, but so then what is the
I just
negativity?
don't see why that's a problem.
It's not necessarily, but then you're saying you're establishing that it is a problem, that it's no longer majority white. And so if it's a matter of people who are not white but are Christian and subscribe to Western values, even if, and I could see an issue here, but even if, let's say that black people outnumbered white people, but we were still a Christian Western valued nation, I don't understand why you personally would be against that.
So are you asking?
Let's say it was more Christian than it is now, but also more the majority black. Would you prefer the country that we have now, or would you prefer the majority black country that's more Christian than America is now? So this is where the rubber meets the road. This is where the rubber meets the road. And Overlord is eating good tonight, and he's still gonna ask me to scrape out the bottom of the fucking peanut butter that he already has upstairs. Let's get that there. Hey. For a long time, that would have been something to brag about. So, hey. Shout out to Chronic. Welcome to the party. Said race has nothing to do with people acting right, but people having a morality and a genuine care for others. Nor does where you come from have anything to do with it. I don't know. I feel like if you're born in a Muslim country, then that's probably going to affect what you think morality is. No? I think race. But you said nor does where you come from. So the first part, the first sentence I agree with. But where you come from absolutely affects what you think about things. And that's why other countries will eat dogs. And if you try to do that anywhere in America, people are going to try to fuck you up. I don't know about that one.
More Christian, is that the only?
Oh, wait, let's back this up. So this is the where the rubber meets the road. If, let's say, that black people outnumbered white people, but we're in America and there's more black people than there are white people. We were still a Christian, Western valued nation. So it was still good America. The only thing different is that instead of it being majority white, it's majority black. I don't understand why you personally would be against that.
So are you asking?
Let's say it was more Christian than it is now, but also more majority black. So I'll come back to this, Glow. So then the situation I'm presenting, we have two options. We have an America that's even more Christian and more tied to Western values than it is now, but there's more black people than there are white people. Or on the other side, you have the America that we have now, I think, the way that it is now. So would you prefer those values, if you're talking about this is what you, the values that you care about, and they just happen to come from white people, then if it was played out with a different race, then theoretically, because of the fact that you're saying you care about the values, then it shouldn't matter. Would you prefer the country that we have now, or would you prefer the majority black country that's more Christian than America is now?
More Christian. Is that the only that the only stipulation that you're giving me?
I would
not.
So let's start there. If you want to add
I would
more,
not prefer it. No, I would not.
Why?
Because there are elements of.
Sure, that's why I said I agree with the race part. But I disagree that where you come from has anything to do with it. Where you come from, absolutely. I mean, even being born in your house versus being born in your neighbor's house. Whether you were more of the whether your parents were more chill or whether your parents were more strict, being born in their house versus okay, you're not born in their house, but you get my point. Growing up in their house versus growing up in your house is going to give you different ideas of morality. Now, it's going to be minuscule compared to in a different country, but I think that's my point. That where you are born, absolutely, that's the biggest correlate for what your religion is. The biggest correlate for what your religion ends up being is where you are born.
I can't stand your opinion. Because black culture is different. It's different.
Well, but that's what I think I was. So, yeah, I think a lot of this depends on if you believe in racial IQ differences and such. Wouldn't go the religious or racial route like white nationalists, but you can look up the average IQ of a country. Very true. It's the most predictive and useful measurement in all of the social sciences, and if you throw that out, you have to throw out all of social science. I think at the end of the day, you're right, but I don't necessarily think that means we need to put as much weight, for lack of a better term, on IQ as some people do. Boxer whites in the minority is no wonder we just have Westboro versus Islam. Yeah, you ain't winning that. But Box, us atheists, we'll get the Christians when the jihadis come. I'd love to watch Jordan Peterson destroy the IQ isn't meaningful myth. I would definitely watch that. Exactly. Because I know many Muslims over the years, and the ones that actually want to assimilate don't seem to have an issue. The problem is the ones that don't. Right. And so then what is the reason that the ones who don't want to assimilate? And does that have any connection to the fact that they were born somewhere else? I would argue that on maybe not on an individual scale. I'm not a fucking mind reader. I don't know. But yeah, shout out to JBP. But I would definitely say on a larger scale that the reason that people don't want to assimilate has a lot to do with the fact that their values and morality are different. And so they don't want to do what we do. All right. Did you join that, Mort? There you go. You eating good tonight.
Elements of. I can't stand your opinion. Because black culture is different. It's different.
All right, guys, locked in for this Saturday, 6 p.m. Eastern, which is 6 p.m. Pacific, which is 9 p.m. Eastern. I am judging 3 more debates. Debate 1 is going to be the removal of a profit motive would improve certain products or services. Number 2 is vigilante violence is immoral. I like that one. And number 3 is mutual combat should be federally legalized, with our boy Tyler, the average debate enjoyer, as the affirmative. Ooh, that is going to be interesting. Saturday night. So our weekend is booked, guys. Saturday night, we're judging debates. Sunday night, it's a movie night. Let's fucking go. Yeah, I mean, not that we believe in that. It's a choice to keep the same mentality. Right. Why are they making that choice? That's what I'm appealing to. I agree with you. Some do and some don't. I'm asking why. And I'm saying that I think it has to do, at least somewhat, with where they grew up because of the morality and just general social norms of where they grew up. Going Dark said, correct. IQ doesn't really matter much outside of work and school, etc., but it also predicts crime and stuff too. On a personal level, I don't care much about IQ. I care about if you're a good person. Dilly to that. Well, give me a second. I got it done, but we'll dilly in a second. All right, diving back in. You say the Germans, French, Italians, English couldn't get along, so we fought 2 world wars, and they fought for centuries amongst themselves. To white nationalists, they all become buddies. Got him?
Because black culture is different. It's different.
Well, but that's what I'm saying is we are specifically adhering to the values. And so in the same way that black culture is different than white culture now. But let's take a look at like post Jim Crow, where there was still segregation and mostly self-segregation, or rather a lack of integration. But it was a lot of separate but equal. And even though under the law that comes up with issues, we know that the black family unit did better in those times than they are now.
Yes.
And so if we are erasing, let's say we erase the last 50 years of the black fatigue shit.
Okay.
What I'm trying to establish is it's all the same. Let's actually, are you really still not following me on social media? What are you doing? Let's say that there is
a little different than others. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. So let's go with that. So different than others. How so?
Well, they in that they have an interesting history with this country that obviously immigrant groups do not have. I mean, they were brought here not of their own free will. They didn't come here to.
I was brought here against my will.
Well, but they
so were you.
They didn't come here to, like, their ancestors didn't come here to see better opportunity. They didn't come here to escape anything.
10 minutes left, guys. Remember, everybody can still see everything, but it's going to be the chat that goes to members only. You can sign up if somebody wants to drop that link, or just hit that little join button. Starts at $2.99 a month. Come on through. Every single Monday, Wednesday, Friday stream has a members only after party. If you're not a member, that's totally cool. You can still hang out and watch. You can even go over to Rumble and chat. It's not going to be able to see, but you can still super chat as well. That's what we're going to have to figure out. So since you guys were here for the point at which you guys get to choose once we go to the after party. So that doesn't cost anything. You guys already won. So we're gonna together come up with 4 options. That's gonna go to a community tab post, and whichever movie from there wins is what we'll watch on a Sunday night. We got Heimdall. Welcome to the party. Abraham Lincoln gave them a chance to leave. What you talking about? I was not here brought against my will. My family's been here for more than 2 years. Oh yeah, so you chose for your parents to have sex? That's what I meant when I said that. None of us chose to be born in the exact manner that we were. It was a little tongue in cheek, but that's what I meant.
Didn't come here to seek, better opportunity.
I gotta pee.
To escape anything. They were brought here.
So what? But white people can do that too. So let's add a third option. So we have hypothetically 3 options. So option number 1 is America as it is today.
Yeah.
Option number 2 is that black culture is not in the ghetto culture is not a thing, and we have a more Christian, more Western minded nation, but skin color wise, there's more black people than there are white people. That's option 2. Option 3 is that there is a majority white, but a completely degenerated society. Which option are you choosing?
Which was option 1? We have 3 options.
Okay. I said he's gonna say it again as if that's not me. Option 1 is what we got right now. So we got what we got right now. Option 2 is a more Christian, no ghetto-ness, but it just happens that there's more black people than white people. And option 3 is what the fuck did I say? Option 3 is
Exactly.
it's
Option 3 was
majority
like,
white,
oh,
but it's
white
way
people are
worse.
like we're all sluts and whores.
Yeah, it's like it's a bunch of white progressives.
Yeah. Well, I think this is. I mean, I think that this is.
I don't remember either. So we're good. I've been saying a lot of
It's an
shit.
interesting thought experiment, and I think that it's getting at something that where a lot of us are not necessarily talking about when we talk about these things. I mean, of course, I would.
Yep.
So if you're asking me, I would prefer a predominantly Black Christian country than a bunch of
Lydia. Are we talking about Lydia or Libya? Doesn't understand that low IQ people can't understand how to put yourself in someone else's shoes and see how your actions will affect others. Yeah. Yep. Indeed. Play, motherfucker.
White OnlyFans horse.
There you go. Let's back that up. What?
I mean, of course, I would. So if you're asking me, I would prefer a predominantly Black Christian country than a bunch of white OnlyFans horse.
There you go. So. So again, the white part, if you're choosing, we have America today, we have a predominantly Black, but better, in your opinion, better society, or a predominantly white, super progressive, degenerate society. Out of the three, the option where Black people are the majority is clearly the best option. So how does that fit in to white nationalism? Because you explicitly stated that the white progressive degenerate country, is going to be worse, even though it's more white. So then what is the whiteness? Doesn't that undercut the entire idea of it being white nationalism and not being just nationalism?
No.
Okay, why not?
Because we have lived here.
Okay. Ooh, let's put that to a poll then. So the last one was Americans think we are better blank than others. People are country. And most of us said country, which I do agree with. So I'll take a minute to do that poll. Y'all think on it. Y'all think on it. I'll put it up for a poll. Okay, why not? Cut the entire idea of it being white nationalism and not being just nationalism?
No.
Okay, why not?
Because we have lived here for hundreds of years. This is our home. And it's okay for us to think that.
Who's our? Am I included in our?
Well, I mean,
the fact that you have to think about it, brother, is what is scary. Wait. Let's stop right there. Stop right there. Do you understand how, as somebody who is not white, you are somebody who actively supports what I do? We have good conversations. You're literally giving money out of your wallet, and you're not sure if I'm allowed to be here under your ideal worldview. You understand why that might be?
No, I didn't say I'm not sure if you were allowed to be here.
But I asked you if I was, and you weren't.
No, you said, am I included in that or not?
Yeah, when you said this is okay. So real quick, just because of the character limit, I want to say it out loud. So option 1. So which would you prefer? Option 1, America as it is today. Nothing changes. Exactly as it is today. That's option 1. Option 1. Let me see if I can fit it. Hold on. Mainly black. Christian nation. No ghetto. Oh, come on. How about most? Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So option 1 is America as it is today. Option 2 is mostly, I can't put. So most people are Black. It's a Christian nation, and there's no ghetto-ness. There's no ghetto. There's none of that. And so it would be just because they're Black doesn't mean they would have that. So it's mostly Black people, but it's a more Christian nation and no ghetto-ness. Option 3 is that it's mostly white, but it's degenerate and progressives, which you might argue is similar. So we'll say more. Mostly more. Oh, come on. Okay. Does anybody have any questions? I don't want you to click it and be like, wait, what do you mean about this? So I'm going to put it up. If you have any questions, ask me before you click. America as it is today. Mostly black, Christian nation, no ghetto. Option 3 is mostly more white. More whites. There we go. Okay, I fucked it up. More whites, but degen progressives. Okay, there we go. So the 3 options. America as it is today. A more Christian and conservative country that happens to be more black than white, but there's no such thing as ghetto-ness. And option 3 is there's more whites. It's predominantly white, but it's a very degenerate, progressive nation, more so than it is today. Which one are you picking? All right. Lincoln signed a contract to use federal funds to relocate formerly enslaved people there. And you're going to continue to be wrong. I don't think Christianity in and of itself has any value. I care about instilling right-wing values, but we don't need Christianity to do that. Completely agreed. But that's, we don't need that for the question on the table. Most of that stuff I stuck up for you before I knew what happened. Well, I mean, hey, that's where it goes. That's where it goes. Is it racist if I'm not into black guys? Nope. Preferences are not racist. All right. So let's see what you guys say. David said, bring in more Asian hotties. Am I not enough for you? Glow said mostly black for sure. I thought it was all black. That's why I hesitated. No progressives or leftist is heaven. Black, no ghetto. Let them try. I'm still a free man. What does you being a free man have anything to do with the fact that there's no ghetto-ness in the country? Our country, this is our home. Am I part of the our? But I'm not white.
Well, I think you could be part of the our.
Okay, so what do I have to do to make sure that I'm good enough for whitey?
It's not about something that you have to do. It's not
okay,
about
so what does it depend on? Because he said, well, I said he was talking about our country. So when you say our country, am I included in that? Well, you could be. It depends. It depends on what. You said I could be.
It's not about an intellectual or moral assent.
Okay, so what is it? You said it could be, but it could not be. So give me an example where I could be included in our country, and an example where I am not included in our country.
Okay? So you understand the idea of a people having a common ancestry and a common
which white people don't
sovereignty.
Which white people don't.
They have gathered together. They have made governments for themselves. They have made localities for themselves. Like you understand that.
Yeah.
Okay. And I think within that arrangement, it is possible to have people who.
Well, sorry. So no progressives or leftists, but there would still be Dems and liberals. Yes. Even if there are, I'm picking mostly black, but that's pretty fucking good. I came up with that off the top of my head. Obviously, no, I didn't. But I came up with that off the top of my head.
May not have necessarily come from the same origin to live within that. But I don't understand why it is offensive to give the intellectual assent that this is a place that was made by white people for white people.
Because it wasn't. It was made for Americans who believed in the Constitution. It was never about white people. Yep. And it's weird to me that not somebody would have this opinion, but that it's coming from Box. It's very interesting. You cannot put Box in a box.
But what I'm trying to get you to understand, what I'm trying to get you to understand is at the time.
That's what they say.
When they were drafting the Constitution.
Technically, they'd say the sodomy, but if they didn't have that, then they would go to atheists.
Constitution. They were drafting the Declaration of Independence.
Back that up. White people.
But what I'm trying to get you to understand, what I'm trying to get you to understand is at the time when they were drafting the Constitution, they were drafting the Declaration of Independence, they didn't have a concept of an American Christian that was not white.
Okay. And so Big Daddy Pod saying this format of you being included presumes that it's not naturally your country, but you're being allowed to come in. You think they weren't aware of people that were not white?
They were aware of people who were
Then
not
why
white.
wouldn't they write that in if that was such a core value? And so we went around on this for a while, but I just want to be clear that like we were appealing to the founding fathers, saying that they made this country for this reason. But all the reasons that that Drew is specifically talking about were not written down, and so it would make sense if they didn't know that non-white people existed. Then okay, it would make sense why they wouldn't talk about non-white people. But they knew white people, they knew non-white people existed, and so if they were making a country specifically for white people, something tells me they would have put it down. Yeah. Is it? Well, we all know that Christians feel differently about some sodomy compared to others. I mean, so do I. But that's just because my booty hole is exit only, and not because God told me.
Why?
I would argue that they explicitly left that out. They explicitly didn't do that because it explicitly was not just for white people. It was for Americans with American values and American ideas.
Well, I would argue that they left it out because they had no conception of an American Christian who was not a white European.
All right. So then who the fuck are you appealing to? You just said the founding fathers wanted that, and they didn't have an idea, but they did know that other races existed, and they were making rules for a country that were so amazing that 200 plus years later they still apply. Yeah, they just
Dilly-dilly.
about the skin color thing?
No, it's not that they forgot about the skin color thing. It's just that they did.
That was a Game of Thrones joke. Danny kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet.
They couldn't have conceived of an America that was.
Why wouldn't they be able to
multicultural at
conceive of
all.
an America which was multicultural? You
Because
just admitted that they understood that other people, other races existed. So what would be the what would prevent them? So what would make them be like, well, we know that black people and brown people exist, and we don't want them here, but we don't need to say that because. And so we'll go to that. But going back to the founders, didn't seem preoccupied with race or ethnicity. You can argue that maybe they should have been, but that is different. Great. Oh, we know that black people and brown people exist, and we don't want them here, but we don't need to say that because.
When they
sorry, Drew, I had to do it.
They said that all men are created equal. Their understanding of all men was all men in the room.
5 minutes
And
left,
it was
guys.
their
5 minutes.
Their conception of the country, their conception of the laws, their conception of the Constitution working was predicated on the idea that everybody in the country was a white European Christian person.
So, given that, does that mean that you believe that if the founding fathers were, somehow magically transported to today, they'd be like, brother, thank you so very, very much. I cannot tell you how much I appreciate what you do for me. Thank you so very, very much. You have a fantastic night, sir, and you be safe doing the shit that I don't have the balls to do. Drew said, I was trying not to crash out. Crickets to delay crash out. Fair enough. Next time, feel free to crash out. We got Costco Law School. Welcome. Said, I think you outdebated the guy, but he was actually correct about the topic. America was founded as a white country, just like Japan was founded as an Asian country. Well, now we're going to drop the link in a little bit. Feel free to come on up and tell me what you think. Believe that if the founding fathers were, somehow magically transported to today, they'd be like, what the fuck? What the fuck is all these brown? That does not make it as quiet, as much more quiet as I thought it did. People. Or would they be more upset about the actions and behaviors? Just to really quick, guys, it's super, super, super gay. That's like saying that's like my mom's car would beat you in a race. Okay, bro. Cool. How about you, though? People. Or would they be more upset about the actions and behaviors?
I think that they would be upset about the actions and behaviors, and I think that they would also be shocked at the demographics of this country. I think it's both and.
So then why wouldn't they have put that, as we've established, they knew about other countries, they knew about other races, they knew that they wanted Christians, they knew that they wanted that American, why would they just forget to put that in there? That doesn't make sense to me. It seems like something that you're pulling out because that's what you want and you're appealing to the founding fathers.
No, because the only people.
Hold on. Sorry. I forgot about this one. You guys got to remember, because Block said we are all teens stealing electric bikes on stolen land. Dilly fucking dilly. All right, guys, it is time. Make sure you get your votes in on the poll. You've got 90 seconds. 90 seconds. And then we're going to members only. Yeah, my bad. I thought like if I go, because in my head or in my headphones, it's like what the fuck. But I guess I guess that's not how that works. I mean, like, fair enough, but like, okay. Like, if I'm driving around in like a little racer Civic and I win a race against another fucking shitty car, and then you're like, my mom's BMW would be like, that's the energy there. So, fair future. That American, why would they just forget to put that in there? That doesn't make sense to me. It seems like something that you're pulling out because that's what you want and you're appealing to the founding fathers.
No, because the only people that were coming here were white and from France and Germany and England.
Okay, so if there were people coming here, what makes you think that the founding fathers, wanting predominantly white people, didn't say anything about predominantly white people? Just because most people coming to America in the 1770s were not white, or excuse me, were white, doesn't mean that the founding fathers had no idea that people who are not white would want to come here.
I agree with you, but
so if they wanted that, they would have wrote it, and they didn't write it, which means they didn't want it. All right, so I can count on you coming up when I drop the link,
because they couldn't have they didn't even imagine a possibility where we would have.
How can you say based on what? How explain to me how somebody as intelligent and worldly as the founding fathers would be aware of other races, would be aware of starting a nation, and not think that non-white people could come here? All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We all are on members only chat. Remember, guys, if you are not a member, that is totally okay. As you can see, you can still see this stream. You're just gonna have to super chat if you would like to be part of the conversation, or you can head over to the Rumble chat, where it won't be able to be seen on screen, but you can still get your shit in. Of other races would be aware of starting a nation and not think that non-white people. Bye, Twitch.
Well, I mean, number one, they were not perfect. Number two, they were just human beings that did not always plan for all contingencies. I don't worship the founding fathers. No, the founders weren't retarded.
So what? But they made the mistake. They made the mistake, in your opinion.
They made the mistake. They had surrounded themselves by and with one another.
Right.
And they were building a new country for.
This is a similar argument that a lot of Christians make about early scientists. Well, all the early scientists were Christian. It's like, yeah, because we didn't have the science yet to prove how Christianity doesn't make no fucking sense.
One another. And they did not.
Right, but what is that group? You're appealing to that group as white. If it's in order to defend white nationalism, he has to make the founders just too stupid to do it right.
Well, because it was.
Only by chance, not by design. If it was by design, they also had to agree on what was written in the founding documents. The reason they didn't ban slavery from the founding. Yep. They would have said that. Why would they by design create a fucking nation of white people and just?
They didn't by design create a nation of white people.
Okay, so then what are you disagreeing with?
For themselves, and they were all white Europeans.
Okay, I understand that. Do you think that a black European who was Christian, who went along with every idea that they had, would be unwelcome in America?
No.
At that time?
No.
So you're saying they can't possibly conceive of a thing that they wouldn't have a problem with. So even if they could conceive of it, they wouldn't have a problem with it. So I don't understand what you're appealing to.
I am appealing to the historical fact that this is a nation of white people that was settled by white people that built a nation on ideas that was shared by predominantly white people. That's all I'm
by
saying.
chance, by
And
chance,
people
by
take
chance,
that.
by chance,
People
right?
take
By
that.
chance. And so here, my argument is that, like, yes, they made a country for other white people because that's who they were around, not because they were trying to exclude anybody. And by Drew's own words, they were making a country for them. They all happened to be white Europeans, but it wasn't to keep out other people. It was for anybody that goes along with what they wanted. And wait, stop right
attack.
Okay, no, I'm fine, but I don't think I hope you don't think I'm attacking you. I'm trying to understand this as best as I can.
No,
but what you're saying is that they wanted it for us, and what I'm trying to determine is where is the line between us. I'll give you a more modern example. That before, I don't know if it was before Trump, mostly, or before Trump 2.0, but sometime there, the line, he's a threat to our democracy, over and over and over and over. And it wasn't until after the fact, later, that we start to understand when they said our. Hey, if I wanted it, I would have got it, bro. If I wanted, I would have got it. Democracy. They meant our democracy that you're not part of. Right. And so when you say our country, I'm trying to understand. Are you saying our country, not you, Brownie? I don't think you're saying that. But where is the line? What makes it, by not being white, what extra things do I have to do to be as American as you?
What extra things do you have to do to be as an American as me? Okay, so a couple of things that come to mind. As an example.
All right, I just dropped the link, so I want to get. I'll give you guys time to figure out whatever you need to do. If you want to come up, anybody can come up. I'm gonna give Drew priority if he comes up first, just one-on-one, me and him, and then we'll bring in anyone else. That is the link here. I'll pin it since my mods are doing such a good job of dropping the Discord link.
It is inappropriate in white American culture for you to make sound with your mouth when you eat. It is not the same in a lot of other cultures around the world. In a lot of Asian cultures, it is considered a good thing when you make sound with your mouth. I want to live in a country that is based off of it is not acceptable to make sounds with your mouth when you eat.
So just so I'm clear, the principle that we want. So let's drill down into Drew, that you're here now. Let's drill down into this mouth thing, and then we'll get into it. For this example, David's headed out. Thank you so very, very much, sir. You have a good one. That we're using is you chew with your mouth closed and you don't make noises with your mouth.
You chew with your mouth closed. You don't slurp. And there's none of this.
What is the connection between being white and doing that? I've seen many of white people chew with their mouth open, and I've seen many of black people chew with their mouth closed. I've seen many of Indian people. Well, okay, I mean, but I'm Indian, and I chew with my mouth closed. And so why is it not? And I hope you can understand where I'm coming from. This I'm being somewhat tongue in cheek, but I'm using the example. Why not chew with your mouth closed, nationalist? Do you understand what I'm getting at?
I understand what you're getting at.
That the white doesn't tie into the thing that you're actually appealing to. All right, so Drew, do you want to answer directly? Or do you want me to play the video before we dive in, you and me?
No, we don't need to drill. We don't need to drill into anybody's mouth. You can continue.
Oh, that's what we were talking about. All right, yeah. So it has an overlap. Yeah, historically, it has an overlap.
Historically, it does, and collectively, it does.
Okay, but okay.
There, individually, it's not going to be the case in every individual scenario. I'm not saying that.
Right, it's only a couple other things. I think this is that. All right, okay, really does.
I am.
All right. Okay, so that's kind of where where we jumped off. So I'll throw the floor to you and let the people know before we start whatever it is that you want to say, and then we'll get into it.
Okay, better camera this time, not a better mic. Sorry about that. It's interesting watching this back, but I'm starting to understand why we were kind of talking past each other. So we'll see what we kind of choose to focus on this time.
Okay, fair enough. So you the last thing that came up in that conversation was the close with your mouth or chew with your mouth closed nationalist. And
Chew
that
with your mouth closed nationalist.
yeah, and obviously
Yeah.
tongue in cheek, but showing the idea that it's not the whiteness that you're looking for; it's the correlation of what you see with white people that isn't exclusive to white people, but you're using language that seems like it's exclusive to white people.
So I think it would be more helpful if I framed this in a different way. So when if we do operate under the assumption that any American is just as American as any other American, right? I mean, I think that would probably be your contention. I don't want to put any words in your mouth, but is that your contention?
Yep.
Okay. And so when we are if we have the perspective of anyone can be just as American as any other American, what that means is that anybody who has come here from wherever, be they immigrants themselves, first generation immigrants, second generation immigrant, American culture and American standards of behavior are going to necessarily be absorbed by whatever theirs were. Does that make sense?
Not really. Try that. Say that one more time.
Okay, so if we're talking about things like manners, right? Like when you get into an elevator, it's customary that you say good morning. It's customary that you ask them if you're by the buttons, hey, like what floor are you going to?
Sure.
That is something that I would consider to be part of American culture. Now, if we stipulate or we grant that anybody, it doesn't matter where you're from, if you are legally an American, you are just as American as someone whose family has been here for 200 years.
Correct.
And so what I was trying to highlight with that is if we do see it that way, then a lot of the things that we encounter in our day-to-day lives are going to get diluted and titrated by other standards of behavior, other social expectations that will ultimately make living life in this country very, very different, especially if we do it over and over and over and over and over and over and over. And especially if people are coming from places that, where they're from is very, 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 very different. And so Elon, World War 11.
Shout out,
World War 11.
Shout out to World War 11.
Shout out to all the fallen homeboys from World War 11. So the distinction that I was trying to draw is that there's a certain American mores and there's a certain American value system that includes things like meritocracy, that includes things like Christianity, like we were talking about before, that also includes what it is like to live here as an American in your day-to-day life.
Mm-hmm.
And if we do not have some standard for those things, and if everybody is just as American as everybody else, then the experience of living here is going to get drastically different very quickly.
Yeah. And
I think that that's a very important topic to discuss.
Definitely.
And I think that it is, and I think that it is not necessarily as radical or as extreme as a lot of people would paint it.
Agreed.
And so I was, albeit less erudite about it, but that's what I was trying. That's what I was trying to say.
So, but I think that still leaves us in the same place of the it was such the case that all and going to the extremes that all white people automatically followed that and all non-white people didn't. Then it would make a lot more sense why you're tying all of these things to whiteness versus, especially since you are a Christian, right?
Yes.
So why not Christian nationalism?
Well, okay.
What would be the difference?
So I think, I think we're getting obfuscated on how certain groups act right now, or how certain individuals act right now, versus what is a sort of a collective idea of what America is. So and I'm going to try to explain this as effectively as I can. So when I say white nationalism or being a white nationalist, I'm not referring to the standards that are exhibited by obviously every white person, or these standards that are not exhibited by every non-white person. But what I'm saying is there is going to be a version of the American experience that is going to be specifically if you're a Chinese immigrant. There's going to be a version of the American experience that is going to be if you are Latin American.
Right, but you
so when I say and so when I say white nationalist, I'm not necessarily referring to how we see things in the present, but I'm referring to which version do we choose? Which if every cultural perception is valid, then which version do we choose? And so I say white nationalist to mean the version and the image of America that was envisioned and founded and established in the beginning by white Europeans. That is the standard that we should be judging all of these things based off of. You don't have to be white, you don't have to be from Europe, you don't have to do any of that. But when it comes to if we divorced everything that it means to be culturally American from any kind of standard, then what are we talking
Wait,
about?
say that last part. If we remove what from any kind of American standard?
What it's like to be culturally American. We can talk about morally American, we can talk about intellectually American, but if we divorce what's culturally American from what it was originally intended to be, then we're going to have
right?
What is that?
Like, yeah, it's bad if we because if I'm understanding you correctly, then you're essentially, maybe you're not specifically saying this, but you're alluding to things like if we let in all these Muslim immigrants and we don't try to get them to assimilate, then it's going to change the core of what is an American value because of the fact that they are here in America and they have their values and we have American values, and that's going to make things messy. Is that?
I'm actually I obviously agree with that, but I'm actually not talking about values at all.
Okay.
I'm talking about.
So maybe we
go
I'm
ahead.
I'm a little lost. So maybe if we go back to the difference between white nationalism and Christian nationalism, because even though I don't necessarily agree, Christian nationalism makes a lot of sense to me, but white nationalism doesn't.
Yeah, and I'm trying to elucidate that a little bit more clearly. What was this? So to get away from morals and values and ethics, there is also the question of social graces. What holidays do you celebrate? How do you interact with strangers? Do you talk to strangers? Do you talk to the checkout lady while she's bagging your groceries, even though we don't have very many checkout ladies anymore?
I always go to a person.
I always do too. I don't work here. I don't.
Hell yeah.
Do you talk to the person you're sitting next to on the bus? Is that nice, or do you consider that rude? And so these are the seemingly less serious, and maybe by comparison of fundamental values, seemingly innocuous type things that are going to result in also some very fundamental differences and a lot of friction between the identity groups who are here. And so when I say white nationalist, I mean, I'm appealing to obviously the mores and the traditions and the values that we talked about, but I'm also appealing to the culture that has been established here over generations and generations for the last 250 years by a very small, very specific group of people. And that is why we enjoy going to the park. Hey, can I pet your dog? It's even simple things like that. If we
So real quick, sorry, Dago, I see you backstage. I just if you could do me a favor, flash your camera on just so I see that you're a real person, and then we'll bring you up. And I want to throw it back to Drew. Finish up your thought. Let's bring in Boxy Boy.
So I'm going to finish that up by saying, okay, we have all of these different identity groups, and we want to be American nationalists amongst all these different identity groups. So if we want to be American nationalists and we want to preserve as much as we can, okay, which cultural experience are we going by? What etiquette are we going by? How do we communicate with each other?
The American one.
We just ignore it like we always have. It's the way of the white people. Like you don't have to fucking talk about your religion, your money, your class. I don't have to talk about it, and we just like we'll come together on like policy for one reason or another, I think.
Well, no, but he's asking what are we basing those policies on? And I'm fine.
It's definitely not whiteness or blackness or Hispanicness or any of these.
I agree, but
hold
on.
But do you see the problem by just saying the American one? Okay, which one? Which one?
Well,
which American one?
This is why we have local government. We have local government because, like, your state, your local town is different than my state and my local town, and we vote for our local representatives, and then we vote for our state representatives, and then we vote for the federal representatives, and we all give a shit about the presidential election, but no one ever votes for their local elections. And your local elections matter because that's where you live and that's how you want your life to be ordered.
And I think those are connected. So to just draw a line between when you're saying, okay, which American, which American, hold on, boss, which American culture? I think inherently the nation of America is, we talk about the states being 50 different countries, and so that is part of the broader American culture. That there are subcultures within our culture.
50 different countries, and we all speak the same language for the most part.
Right, and so then that's the question: what ties those 50 different countries together?
Our language,
Christian-like values,
our
language, our flag, our history, all of these things, and so it's not a matter of which American.
No, because if we can't speak the same language,
it's not a matter of which American version are you picking. It's a matter of buying into the idea that American doesn't need to mean a very specific thing, or a very specific thing, even though it will allude to a lot of these values and a lot of these ways of life that we're talking about.
Yeah, you have to be able to read it, and in order to be able to read it, we have to share a common language or be able to
we all agree
it
on
properly. We have to be able to translate it properly. If someday in the future we could translate languages, like God, this is all Babel. The Tower, God did this to us, by the way. Tower of Babel, we tried to reach up to God, and God smited us down, and he's like, now you all have to speak different languages so that you could never try to do this again. This is a God thing, by the way.
Okay. Certainly.
So,
I mean, I would
did
agree
you have
with
anything
that.
on?
Lutch might not agree with that. So you bring about voting in elections, whether it's for the president or whether it's voting for whether you're voting for your locality, voting for how you want the laws that govern your locality to function. I'm talking about
the overall framework.
On a smaller level than that. I guess it's maybe
the overall framework that lets that exist, kind of a deal.
There's
like
an
the overall framework
underlying, which underlying social fabric are we going to use when we are all interwoven social fabrics that
Right,
are
and
all
your
here?
answer is whiteness. And I'm still not understanding what that means. Bugs. I'm still not understanding what that means when you say that we, the white nationalists, as opposed to Christian nationalists, American nationalists, you're choosing whiteness. I don't understand what that appeals to.
I'm a moral relativist. I pick and choose.
Yeah.
Okay. Because this is what the whiteness appeals to. The whiteness appeals to all of these micro experiences that you have just going throughout your day-to-day and living your life.
Such as
when you are driving your car and you're making a turn and you see a pedestrian? Do you gun it to try to overtake the pedestrian? Or do you stop? Do you wave them along?
It depends on if they deserve it.
I was going to say the same thing, but yes, if they're close enough,
they might deserve it, right?
I might try to speed by if I don't. But no, to the example, yes, I would.
You
I
guys
would
fuck it up. We all end up in a situation where we mess
Yeah,
this
so I would-
up, though.
Hold on,
If
Box.
you're in the right or the wrong,
Box,
we all mess this.
Box, if you can't keep it in the conversation, then I'm gonna have to drop you, please, brother. So fine, yes, we would all stop and let the pedestrian go.
And so when you're asking, okay, but why not Christian? Why not American? What does whiteness speak to specifically? Those are the types of things that I'm talking about.
So all
It
white
might
people
seem-
would not run over people? Did we not just have a huge story of Mackenzie, what the fuck is her face, that killed her and her killed her boyfriend and her friend? I mean, her friend was black, so maybe that goes to it. We just had an example of that. So this is what it means.
White's a minority, though, and to
this is
attribute
again-
all this to whiteness is just kind of silly.
That's
because
exactly my point.
It's not going to get us very far as white people in general. It seems self-destructive.
I need a one-to-one. This is the white part means that it goes through, because if it's not a one-to-one, then it's an inaccurate term.
It's not silly. It's not inaccurate. And it is not.
Okay, so then
it's
tell
not
me the whiteness
contingent-
part.
It's not contingent
Because-
upon every white person doing what white people are supposed to do.
Then I'm back to the beginning and not understanding why even bring up the word white at all. If it's not about all white people and it's about and there are white people who don't fit it, then why are we saying white when you know that there's other people who are not white that do fit the bill of what you're looking for as an American?
I prefer American.
Because these are the social norms that were collectively established in a mostly white country by mostly white people.
Yeah, Americans.
If you go,
Okay, and so it needs to be mostly white because
that is how we got to where we are now.
But again, we're going back to we're going in circles. We got there because of the Christian values.
My
It
fellow
just so
countrymen.
happens that people are white, but there's a lot of non-white people who follow the Christian values that got us here to
No,
today.
you're free to practice whatever religion you want. The First Amendment literally states that you can practice whatever religion you want. And the idea that we're going to talk about Christians and whites over Muslims and browns is absurd to me.
Okay, well then I'm going to drop you from this conversation because that's what we're having. We're having a conversation about white nationalism. So you can have that conversation with whoever you like, wherever you like. But we are talking about white nationalism right now. And so again, I'm not, unless you can demonstrate that this principle, this value, this thing, whatever it is white in nature, then I reject the premise. Because you're just talking about other things that white people. So, did you hear my example about how a lot of Christians will talk about how all the early scientists were Christians?
Yes.
You've heard that as like a dig against atheism before, right?
I don't know if I've necessarily heard you talk about it, but yeah, people like to tie like scientific inquiry to the Catholic Church all the time.
Right. And so we understand that it's not because they were Christian, it's because they were doing science and everybody was Christian at the time. And so I'm saying it's the same thing here. It's not because they were white in the same way it's not because they were Christian. It's because they were doing the Christian values as opposed to the science. And that got us to where we were. And they just happened to be white. Why is that not appropriate or true?
Well, because we're still discussing values. I'm not discussing values.
Okay. So, I'm going to try to get values out of my mind then. So the white part is not attributed to the values that we're actually talking about.
The white part is not attributed to these. We're not talking about Christianity. We're not talking about.
Okay, so then what does it refer to?
It refers to. It is considered polite to hold the door open.
But
it is considered polite to leave the room when you're talking on the phone. But you do understand that there are many places in the world that are not white, where these are not the social principles.
Yes, but there's many places in the world that are not white and do have that. No?
Many places in the world that are not white and do have that.
Yes, like Asian countries. The respect is I don't know about the specifics.
Yeah,
So I'm sorry about Asian, but the
sure.
type of respecting your elders and things that would definitely overlap with what you're attributing to whiteness are not. And again, how? So wait, let's back up. How is that not a value? How is it not a value to be polite? You're saying it's polite to walk out of the room to answer the phone. Well, how is that not a value? If it's not a value, what is it?
Because politeness is relative.
Okay,
Politeness
so
is relative.
how would you
based on
describe?
the
How would you
society
describe?
that you live in? and
Okay,
who
so
lives in it.
how would you describe the notion of like this would be if it's not in the category of values, it would be in the category of what? The politeness to leave the room when you're on the phone is a version or a manifestation of what? If it's not principle, if it's not values, it's
experience.
Okay.
It's experience. The way that you experience talking to other people. The way
So
that
what's
you,
white about the fact that other people are have politeness? And Spanicus, again, if you could just flash your camera backstage for me, please.
Because if we are going back to the initial conundrum that I outlined, if everybody is just as American as everything else, or as everybody else,
Mm-hmm.
everybody is going to have, depending on where you're from, depending on how long you've been here, everybody is going to see those things in a slightly or fundamentally different way. The reason why I say white is because these experiences that we come to know and expect, it's familiar to us, it's comforting to us, were the ones that evolved out of a vastly majority white America.
I mean, I think at this point we really just have to agree to disagree, because I don't accept that those things are white in any meaningful meaningful way. You're good, Spanicus, if you want to turn that off. Welcome, Spanicus, to the party.
I feel like what I hear. I'm sorry, your name is Drew, right? Drew.
Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds more like civic nationalism to me. I don't know because I mean, I don't know, and this is a big question I've had this whole time just listening. It's like if you just consider the idea of basic nationalism, would that maybe possibly, include like racial preservation at the same time? Like wouldn't that just be a natural nationalist concern while maintaining civic nationalism? Like isn't
racial
that
preservation?
That's exactly what I said.
By racial preservation.
So like, okay, so you can define white nationalism in a sense of like, okay, I'm a white nationalist, so the way I define that is I want to like racially preserve white people as a majority or some sort of like main influential cultural factor. That could be like probably what Indian Jesus is looking for. He's looking for that like through line, like what's that line you draw? And I think that's the one. You probably say, white majority. And
White
so
majority.
that to me, that makes more of like it completes, Indian Jesus' requests, if that makes sense.
Does that complete your request? I mean,
I don't. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, given that I specifically I said exactly the same thing, that it just sounds like you're a nationalist and an American nationalist, and by living in America, that like word for word. And so if it's the American values, the Christian values, again, going back to the values that, because again, if it's not values, I still don't know what we're talking about. So all of those things have that through line. And so that makes sense to me. Whereas whiteness does not. There's white cultures that do things well, and there's white cultures that do that same thing not as well. And so it just doesn't connect unless you have that tissue of even again, if you're saying European, okay, I can understand that more. If you're saying Christian, I definitely can understand that. Even if you're saying Western, I definitely understand that. But the whiteness part of it just doesn't apply to the again, I'm stuck on the values because I don't know what else we're talking about, but nothing else sticks to those values in the same way with the word whiteness.
So that's where
Well,
I feel like it's most useful to view it as like the preservation of a majority while maintaining a sort of doctrine of like
Yeah, because I mean,
assimilation, because like assimilation is really the nuance that is necessary, you know, like if you adopt the culture, like he says, you know, like not eating with your mouth open, etc., all those things are assimilation questions as opposed to race.
But it hinges upon I agree with you, but it hinges upon the preservation of some majority.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that's the fundamental definition here,
Right.
and the most
Right.
rational way of approaching, if you say white nationalism, like the most rational way would just be, you know, I just want to preserve my country's majority, and you know, allow assimilation to people who want to be a part of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I do want to, I do want this country to be majority white. I mean, it's by 2045, it's looking like it's not going to be.
But as you stated
but I think
the
we're
other
saying the
night,
same
that's
thing.
okay as long as those values are overrepresented. But let's go to what Glowing Dark is asking. Maybe he'll help me understand where we're coming from. So, what do black people mean when they call other black people white? I think that's the thing he's talking about. So, if a black person says to another black person, "You're white," you would say that doesn't mean anything. I feel like you would know what they meant. So yeah, I would I would get that they're saying you know, you're being square and you're outside of that. So I get like what they would be saying. I at least understand the context in which we're like, oh, you acting like a white man or you know, whatever. Being the answer to that question, well, where does that get us? For Glow or for anybody on the panel?
I don't know why that reminded me of Jesse Lee Peterson. He was like, "I'm white at heart. I'm a white man inside."
Amazing. Daddy Pods, in the Russian world, this was also, you know, I was bringing that up the other night because of the fact that, you know, Russians are white and not European. Said in the Russian world, old grandmas will shove you down to get a seat on the bus before you, yet they're white. Also, watch my very white ancestors, Scotch-Irish, were shunned by the English, Dutch, and so forth because we were and are so boisterous and uncultured. Well, you definitely are boisterous. I can account to that. This is why they called us crackers.
So what I do want to address that. I do want to address that because oh no, do you want to read that? Go ahead, read that.
Yeah, let's shout out Costco Law School. Put a pin in that. Thank you so very, very much for the big, oh, I forgot we were here for the big $10. And of course, every donation comes with a treat for the Overlord. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very, very much. Said you could become a Japanese citizen and follow all customs, but not being Asian, you will never really be Japanese or experience the culture in the same way. We can. Do you want to come back to this? Because you had something to say about what Big Daddy Pod was saying.
I'll remember. It's okay.
Okay, so the reason that's different is because Japan is Japan. Like America is not any of these other single cultured countries, and so the culture of America is a mixed culture. And
I think it
the mix. Yeah, the mix of that culture needs to be made sure that it doesn't go, you know, too far in the wrong way. But it is an inherently different thing than being in Japan or being in Saudi Arabia or being in Russia or being any of these things, because the culture is directly tied to the ethnicity, not the color of the skin. It's tied to being Japanese, not tied to whether or not you have squinty eyes.
I feel like that makes America the most non-racist, obviously, country in the world. If you know you've experienced the world, you know the whole world is like way more racist than America, and like even with all of America's racist, like extremely edgy people and all that stuff, like it doesn't really compare to the rest of the world. Everyone else is extremely racist.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely a lot more racist than what people love to cry about over here.
Facts. Shout out again to Costco Law School. I believe that makes you our new sponsor of the after party. Right? Yes, sir. Thank you so very, very much. All right. So, very much appreciated. So, just a reminder, Big Daddy Pod said in the Russian world, oh, grandmas will shove you down to get a seat on the bus before you, yet they're white. Also, my very white ancestors, Scotch-Irish, were shunned by the English, Dutch, and so forth because we were and are so boisterous and uncultured. This is why they call us crackers. Drew.
Right. It's not. I think that there's some subtle equivocation going on here, and I don't think it's intentional. I just think the conversation is inherently confusing.
Okay.
And it goes into, and I think Lutch, you're probably going to get frustrated with me, but it's not white supremacy. I'm not saying that white cultures are inherently superior. Every white culture is going to be inherently superior to every non-white culture. Is it white nationalism?
Mhm.
And what
No,
I mean
yeah, I got
by
that.
that is well, just to delineate it from Russians pushing old ladies or pushing them down or whatever. When I say white nationalism, I mean the culture of white Americans that has been the hegemonic culture. That's been the hegemonic culture of this country is white Americans. And that is what comprises all of these little things that, we might take for granted now. But a lot of those things are going to go away.
That did remind me.
A lot of those things are going to go away. And I think that that's very important.
Fair enough. And I think that goes to, I can't read your name. Spanicus. Did you want to say something? Go for it.
Yeah. So it reminds me of, you were talking about the founding fathers in the earlier video, and okay, like I can see what you mean, because in a sense it's like it's not a white nationalism from their perspective of exclusion, but it's kind of like, would the founding fathers have ever thought like, yeah, like this country is probably not going to be white anymore? Like, was that really in their consideration? Like with the mentality back then, everyone was probably just like, I have my family here, like my friends, like we all like have this like racial like coherence, same like origin. Probably people felt different back then. Probably that
the English were also
did
white.
lie around. So, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like kind of it's kind of legitimate.
Two things. Number one, yeah, we can dig up that skeleton about the founders could not have imagined an America with the demographics looking like the way they look like today. And number two, specifically hinging upon this, all men are created equal in the Declaration of Independence. This wasn't a moral statement about what it meant to be a human being. Specifically what they were referring to, I mean, in the Declaration of Independence, what that meant, all men are created equal, was that every man, every group of man has its right and has his right or has their right to govern themselves and establish governments for themselves and of themselves. And so when he says all men are created equal, what he was saying was that we have equally the right to govern ourselves than the English do. So the English can go home. And so I think that that gets obfuscated. Well, yeah, and they're white.
Right. So if again, you're saying that they created a country for us, and that included specifically white people, but they were fighting to get away from a white Christian country. Can you square that circle for me?
If you ask me,
how is that a square circle?
Because you're saying they wanted it for white people, white Europeans, but they specifically founded the country to get away from white Europeans.
Well, they specifically founded the country to get away from a certain country.
A certain government, a certain like, especially like obviously a different cultural identity.
Right,
for
but
sure,
Drew is saying
but-
that ideal is what the founding fathers wanted. If they wanted it, why the fuck didn't they just stay there? They already had that.
I'm saying it's not what they wanted, not what they wanted. It's what they knew, and who was around them.
I feel
when
like
they
this
were
is the
making
issue
this
with, like,
declaration.
the founding fathers is that this is all really because of the Enlightenment ideas that they had. They weren't happy with the British government because of these ideas, these liberal ideas. And the thing is, this is kind of my view on the founding fathers, that when it comes to the race question, they didn't look into it enough at all, obviously, because like and for the future implications of what liberal thinking, philosophy, Enlightenment thinking would lead to in American politics. It would lead to progressivism. Obviously, it's all just America taking the Enlightenment values to its natural conclusions. So the Enlightenment values, I think, are not necessarily compatible with like this like racial preservation thing or nationalism, even, because the thing is, nationalism and racial preservation seek to deeply institutionalize these things in a way that liberalism is not comfortable with. And so what you observe in American culture is a conflict between European culture and origin versus the Enlightenment ideas that they picked up. And so this creates the tension in American politics.
And so this creates the tension in American culture as well, where now, because of the natural conclusion of these Enlightenment liberal ideals, we're left with innumerable factions that live here. Different people in all sorts of ways. And so when we say, okay, but why not just nationalism, or why not just civic nationalism? It's because nationalism without that qualifier, for me, I don't see how it makes any sense.
Okay, can I try to steel man what I think you're saying there when you're saying that because especially since Vanica said the exact same thing about, well, why not just be a nationalist or American nationalist or something like that. You're saying that you're specifically worried about the definition, at least in this context, of what American does mean. And because it is changing, that to say a nationalist, that you could be for an America that doesn't look the way you want, not even specifically talking about race. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Totally.
And then, so that brings us back to how can you lay out? Because my brain works in analogies. So give me situation A where we're a white nationalist country, how that would change. Like tomorrow we become a white nationalist country. Then what happens? Versus situation B, we become a Christian nationalist country tomorrow. What would be the material differences between those two things?
Between a white nationalist country today and a Christian nationalist country tomorrow.
Well, no, both tomorrow. Tomorrow we're either going to be white nationalists in situation A, or tomorrow we're going to be Christian nationalists. What would be the difference in how I would see what's around me?
Well, I don't know how to answer that because I think it's a category error.
Okay. Why? How is that a category?
I don't think that white nationalist and Christian nationalist are comparable. That's why I don't see as one.
Right, right. So just for example, though, let's say that if I asked you Christian nationalism versus communism, you'd be able to say, well, then we would have a lot more freedom and, be able to do this versus the communists, then the government would take over. And that's specifically why I'm asking you to compare, because I know that they're different. I just don't know how you are saying they're different.
Okay, so let's say a white nationalist nation in my definition, and I think in most people who I've heard speak on this topic, I mean, it has Christianity rolled up in it, and it also has the types of things that we were talking about before. what you like what you expect out of life, what you want out of life, like what you like, even just like the types of billboards that you see. It's going to
so let's take that
preserve
example.
all of
So what tomorrow we become a white nationalist country. What kind of billboard would I expect to see that's changing? Because obviously I understand that life isn't going to be vastly different. That's why when you first, that's how this whole thing started, because we were watching the guys that were like, oh, you need a Jew, preferably not a Jew, but a white man. I know that
under just a Christian nationalist framework, it could be vastly different. I mean, if you look at
so explain that. So
I mean, there are Christian
sounds,
nationalist nations in Africa.
Sure. So it sounds like, based on what you just said, that if I understand you correctly, I would prefer a white nationalist country over a Christian nationalist country.
Yes.
Okay, why is that? That's what I don't understand. I understand that they're different, but in this context, why would I prefer white nationalism over Christian nationalism? What would be different between the two?
What would be different between the two is that Christian nationalism, it comes with a set of moral prescriptives that we would probably agree on. It comes with a set of certain judgments of character that we would probably agree on. But what it would leave out, meaning what you would be missing in a white nationalist country, are things like it would be difficult. It would be difficult to even describe, because Christian nationalism is just so like vague and nebulous to me.
Can I have a try at that?
I would say you wouldn't know what you were getting.
So I feel like the difference between the two would be that Christian nationalism doesn't really have to be white or European. Christian nationalism can be of any culture. So you can have like Indian Christian nationalism if all of India becomes Christian or something. That's still you can still apply that. So the reason why you would prefer a white nationalist country is because the Christianity that grew under white countries is what developed the culture.
Okay.
So that specific branch of Christianity in the world, you could say.
So I don't think you would want to necessarily live under an African Christian country, or maybe a hypothetical, like if China became Christian, or if India became Christian, because
so that I can understand then.
Yeah.
So then because there's still the issue of people just taking white nationalism on its face and be like, oh well, I'm not white, so it must not be for me. So like, fine, I could definitely understand that, there's different types of Christianity and it's not all Western. Why then would Western chauvinist not be more appropriate for you personally? And the guys that we saw were like, oh, you don't want to do, those guys would be more white nationalists, where it seems like you're a Western chauvinist. Why is that not accurate?
It's like, I'm more of a Western chauvinist.
Where it's because you're not really concerned about people's skin color, and you're not really concerned even about people's religion. You're more interested in preserving what America was always supposed to be. And so if that Western chauvinism, then it doesn't really matter if people are Muslims. It doesn't matter if people are black. It doesn't matter, because they're coming to represent the Western ideals. That makes America and Europe.
Would Western chauvinism include racial preservation and a degree of concerns? Maybe you could say, like,
maybe not specifically,
maybe
but
difference in degree. Yeah,
yes.
Maybe
so
less,
I would say
maybe less concerned, but still concerned.
the way that I'm explaining it, there definitely would be preservation of the what we understand as American culture. Just multiculturalism would be anti-Western chauvinism in the way that I'm using it. Maybe that's not how people use it. I'm certainly not claiming to be an expert on Western chauvinism versus white nationalism or Christian nationalism, but in the way that I'm talking, that again, my goal is to just get the loaded language out of the title. In the same way, I went from being an agnostic atheist to an agnostic non-theist, and it means exactly the same thing, but it just doesn't trigger the Christians as much. That's what I'm looking for from you. Is there a way that you can express the same thing without making it seem, without making it seem like it's racist?
Well, I could, but I don't want to.
Okay. Why is that?
And here's why. And I know that you were talking about, this earlier in the stream. Would Drew consider
the founders would support Israel today?
Would Drew consider white nationalism a subset of Christian nationalism? Maybe a specific permutation of that. Sure.
You'd consider white nationalism a subset of Christian nationalism. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm starting to put it together.
And so we were like going back to the beginning of the stream. You were talking about how do we make our ideas as accessible to others as possible?
Yes.
Right. That's what you were talking about. And you were talking about the importance of, okay, if we have an option to not use a certain word, if we can find another word that
it's just better for expressing our idea. Yeah. It's better for expressing and putting out our ideas, and people are going to be more open to it. When I talk about, the way that I find morality, if I say, well, I'm an atheist, then a lot of people are just like, oh, okay. But when I say, well, I'm an agnostic non-theist, and people are like, oh, well, what does that mean? So, okay, I look to Plato and the Aristotle and look into psychology with Carl Jung and the categorical comparatives. So, like, there's stuff there, whether you agree or disagree, the conversation can happen. Whereas with that word atheist, it's just like, nope. And so similarly, I think when you say white nationalist, even this is specifically why I was so happy to talk to you that night, because I knew that what my understanding of white nationalism was at that point did not apply to you. And so it's like, fine, if I had it incorrect, I'm totally cool with that. But I'm getting a better understanding, like Glow and Dark put it well, that white nationalism is a subset of Christian nationalism.
And there are, and look, you're right. I mean, I don't remember those streamers or those guys very well, or what they were saying. And so the reason why I don't want to change the language or change the semantics is because it is a, white nationalism. It contains. It can contain a lot of different subgroups within it when it comes to how you want to execute that politically, when it comes to how you should
execute people. I'm just kidding.
Some of them do. When it comes to how you should treat people who are not white, when it comes to how you should speak, how you should conduct yourself. If it's basically what I'm saying is white nationalist has become, and you've said it, it's become synonymous with this very transgressive and aggressive, almost violent edgelord. And I think that those types of people kind of have a monopoly on these ideas right now. And I think that that's bad. The reason why I want to keep it is because actually, when it comes down to it, is I don't think that people would ultimately find it really all that radical at all.
I agree with you.
If they just consciously engaged with it and thought about it.
But how many people are willing to do that? We're on the right. And well, I mean, but I mean, our chat, mostly the people have been like, hey, what about, and myself as well. We're all at least right leaning, or at least not, far left. Box is, our resident lefty, but he's not like, a leftist or anything. And he's very open-minded. And so if you're having this much trouble with people who are politically on your side, then would you ever get to a point where you feel like using the term white nationalist, it's just gotten too far? Those guys, the guys that have a monopoly on it and are making it look bad, they've gotten too much of a head start and I'm going to take the L. I technically am a white nationalist, but when I talk to people, I say this instead. One, do you think you would ever get to that point? And if so, what would that look like?
I don't think I would ever get to that point. No, I don't think so. I don't think it matters how
Fair enough. I would definitely
I don't think it matters.
Well, again,
and was it Glow in the Dark who said is part of advocating for white people, and is that bad? And no, advocating for white people, it is a part of it.
Right. And so would you say that I was advocating for white people in this stream? Like when I was covering the
100%.
So you can and so can you at least understand?
In the stream?
Yeah, when I was talking about, the erudite was saying that, white pride clubs, they're going to be bad. And I'm saying, no, that's
right.
That's not fair. And so that's where the disconnect is, that the baggage of that language. And if you're dead set on doing your best to rehab the image of what white nationalist means, I wish you luck. I don't know how well that's going to go. And I would question, I'm not saying it is, I would question whether or not there's an aspect of ego and saying, no, I'm right. This is what white nationalism and white nationalism is. You're wrong. All of you are wrong and I'm right. And is it more about being right, or is it more about what you're calling a white nationalist society?
I think that a part of the society that I'm advocating for, and that the society that we're all advocating for, is laying out these ideas that, and like they are just white nationalists. I mean, they just are, and calling it that. What it's going to do, it works psychologically and spiritually within people. Oh, it's a great example? MAGA. MAGA had a lot of baggage.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people who were super hardcore never Trumpers, MAGA was like the dirtiest word you could ever say, right? Right.
That was
and
me.
So, did we change?
Yes.
MAGA?
Absolutely. And so do you think that is based on the sheer, maybe not the sheer number, but the sheer share of the amount of people paying attention and understanding what MAGA is? And so what white nationalism would need to follow the way of MAGA is a lot more people like you using white nationalists and a lot less people like the guys in the video using white nationalists. But I don't see that. I
honestly feel like I'd see that a lot, to be honest. Like these days, or at least I see it a lot more than I thought I would before. So I look at gonna have to agree with Drew here, because the thing is, like, if we start saying like, we're gonna have to call it something else or whatever, it only feeds into the problem of like giving the racism like concept a lot of power.
I see where you're coming from, but
so,
they're
like,
definitely
you kind of have to confront the illusion like face to face in a way, and then like it kind of has worked low key. I think I'm seeing it work culturally. Maybe it's kind of slow right now, but it's definitely happening. Like,
and I would say,
so are people?
I would go ahead.
Are people on the left starting to understand that white nationalism isn't racist? Because
I feel like some people are like, but that's kind of a complicated thing.
Let's ask the chat. Do you think the left understands Drew's version of white nationalism?
You would have to be talking about a very traditional kind of left to understand.
Right.
That kind of
so like box. There's one of them.
Nothing
like
wokeism or anything like that.
Right. And that's totally fair. Go ahead.
I would say I'm concerned less about winning the people over, the types of people over who were never going to agree with me in the first place, whether I called it whatever, or like Western chauvinism, whatever. I mean, a lot of them don't like chauvinism. And I'm less interested in winning people over. I'm more interested in calling these things to the people's attention who do actually already agree with me. And I think that there is a lot of people. I think it's a lot of people. And by speaking about these things and talking about these things and, saying, this, okay, well, this is technically what white nationalism is, and allowing people who feel the same way to get comfortable with that. And then to also maybe enough of them, hopefully, start talking about it amongst themselves, becomes a broader conversation. And on the subject of changing minds, I think that, just, I guess, speaking from my own experience, I have less experience in changing my mind when I felt placated to, and I've had more experience changing my mind when I was listening to somebody who called themselves something, or I was listening to a podcast and I thought they believed XYZ, and then I had this moment of clarity where I realized, oh, I made an assumption. Like I made an assumption without asking, or I made an assumption without understanding. And I think that when you're talking about changing people's minds, I think that is an entrance point for the humility that you need in order to fundamentally change your mind about something. Like that initial moment of, oh, like I thought white nationalists meant this, and I just assumed everyone who was like that was like that. And like just having that moment of like, no, they're not. I think that is also in addition to what your preferred method would be. I think that is also an equally valid entry point into maybe getting people who never thought that they would ever identify with anything I say I am or anything I'm saying.
Fair enough.
I think they're both valid.
Fair enough. I'm so like I think the difference in our approaches to changing minds here is that I am more concerned with the ideas and getting the ideas out to people who don't necessarily agree with me to understand, oh, they do actually agree with me, where it sounds like you're more trying to build a coalition or get a bigger group of people who are under this label, who are not what people think they think white nationalist is supposed to mean, and then spread it that way. And so I don't necessarily have any reason to think that's any worse. It's just a different way. But I did want to grab this from Glowing Dogs, and the far left doesn't even mean white people when they say whiteness. They separate it from skin tone too. And I would say that's kind of how we got here. And so then if they're separating it from white people,
calling you white, not just kidding.
Right, and well, you're kind of right. And the exactly. So they're well, I mean, actually no, that's a different case. But here in this, the separation from skin color just means bad.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where I'm like, oh, you're gonna if nobody is thinking of white as skin color, and you just think of white as good, and they think of white as bad, that seems like a recipe for confusion. But hey,
Sure.
If you can convince enough people to jump on board, then like you've shown me that what you're proposing is a lot different than what I expected from the wording. And I don't necessarily have a problem with it. I still don't think that that's the best way to go about it, but what the fuck do I know? All right, so let's
what the fuck do I know either, man?
Right,
What
we're
the fuck do I
all
know
just
either?
doing our best. So Spanicus, I'm gonna give you the floor. If you have any social media or channel or anything like that to shout out, feel free. Any last words on the subject or anything else? The floor is yours, sir.
Nothing really. Just have a good one, guys, and enjoy your night.
Dilly. Well, thank you for joining us, and make sure you subscribed if you are not live every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, and sometimes whenever I feel like it. Spanicus, thank you for joining us very, very much, and we will see you next time. All right. So I definitely have a better understanding than I did from that conversation. I still think I still think that the language thing is going to be a big barrier, but I do hope that if what you're talking about is in line with what I want for the country, then I wish you the best. So again, I give you the floor, sir. Any last words on the subject? Anything you want to shout out? Anything at all, sir? The floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks for letting me hop back on. Seems like we're getting some good conversation in chat. It seems people like hearing us talk about this. And also, Spanicus, you're awesome. I feel like there were so many times where I was like about to get through to the audience what I wanted to say, and you were able to just pull it out and rephrase it, and it was people understood it. So super grateful for you coming on too. Yeah, that's it.
Dilly. Everybody put Drew in the chat. Dilly to you. And a shout out to Spanicus for joining us and kind of tying it all together. I really do appreciate it, sir. And oh fuck, I have so many push-ups to do right now. So I'm gonna let you go. Let's get into it. Thank you, sir. You have a good one. Oh boy. All right. Did I miss anything that you were guys were saying? Yeah, the Cavaliers. Yeah, I have a much better understanding of where he's coming from, but I still very much think that is an uphill battle that doesn't need to be fought. So the left is doing better with broad appeal and strategy, so I appreciate Lutch talking about strategy, and that's really what it is. I mean, the idea. No, we'll push up. No. Do we lose? Okay, you guys are done with this. So yeah, you're done. Anything that comes in now, the super chat, the number is locked in. But yeah, you guys. I do wonder how easy it will be. But as somebody who's not really in those circles and not really, turning up my ear to white nationalism, then maybe people are understanding. But I do feel like that's going to be a combative thing, so that you may end up building up a coalition of people who are white nationalists, but then it seems like it's going to be more like a Groyper thing, where it's like all the Groypers, they understand what they mean, but everybody else is just Sejos! And only if you take the time to care, then you'll understand. But because most people don't, then you just get labeled racist and they can brush you off without having to address anything that you're saying, even though you are going to be one of the more principled people who pay attention to this shit, because most people don't pay attention to this shit, and the people who do are usually not that principled. And so, I don't know. I think it's, oh, I forgot about this. Do you think the left understands Drew's version of white nationalism? 60% of you said yes. Well, it would be split 50-50, because I would say no. And, yeah, I think I've been working on trying to make my shit fucking easy to understand, but you do definitely have an uphill battle, but I wish you luck with that. Holy fucking shit. All right, so what are we doing here? Let's see. Oh, and Trey, just at the last minute. Wait, the $3 cash app. Thank you so very, very much. All right, so that gets us to 18 for the night. All right, 18 plus 142. 18 plus 142 equals 160. Oh boy, 80 fucking push. I don't think I can do 80 push-ups, guys. I'm gonna try my best. But don't give me any shit on my fucking form, all right? I'm doing my fucking best. All right? Look how fucking puny I am. I've been trying. I've been doing well, and I have not once given up. And I won't give up unless I really need to. But don't give me no shit, all right? I'm little. Here we go. 80 push-ups. Oh, good God. I gave him the peanut butter spoon too, because you guys are awesome. Is this playing? There we go. Oh. Oh. All right, here we go. Here we go. 80. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 7, 8, 9, 40. All right, that's half. That's half. That's half. 4. All right, we can do that. We can do that again. Two, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15. Ah! All right, 25. 25. 25 left. Oh, shit. Ah! All right, 15. 15 left. 15 left. Two, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Ah! Oh. Oh, 10 left. 10 left. I can do 10. 10 left. Five. Oh, fuck. 4, 5, and 1. For good luck, let's fucking go! Fucking did that shit! I fucking did that shit. Holy shit. That took all of the everything. Holy shit. Holy shit. Were you guys talking shit? Book burning? Bad. Follow me! Drew, say the family had to put the. Oh, come on, man. R.I.P., man. I'm so sorry that happened, man. We're doing this. Nope. There we go. I'm so sorry that happened, man. Ain't nothing to say, man. I'll be there soon. Shout out to the Rainbow Bridge. Books to teach kids, they're trying projectors and banging stuff. I mean, we can ban them from schools. We don't need to burn them. You know, like free speech. What are the fucking genderqueer, all that shit? There's absolutely no reason that you should not be able to buy those things on Amazon. If I owned a Barnes & Noble, I probably wouldn't want to have those books in there. But there's absolutely no reason why they should be unavailable. It should just be like, why the fuck do you have that fucking creepy ass book? Milton! And one more. And one more. No brands. No brands. No brands. No brands. But goddamn. Let's you know what? On New Year's, we'll come back and you remember it's probably gonna be tough to think about his last day. But in 6 months, the reminder, I think you're going to appreciate it. I think you're going to appreciate it. All right, guys. Well, goddamn. I mean, this one, he's not long for this world. That's why it's like, okay, peanut butter's not the most healthy thing, but he gonna die soon anyway. So, and yeah, I saw a video. I get a lot of soppy senior dog owning stuff on TikTok, and they were talking about how, like, no matter how much it hurts, when you got to put them down, you be in there. You be in there with them. Because vets will attest to that. Unless this dog was completely unloved throughout its whole life, the last thing that dog is going to be looking for, they always look at the door. They're always expecting you to come in. Do not let that dog go without their entire world being there. Obviously, if you can. Obviously, you know, shit happens. But if you can be there, do anything. And I said vice versa. I've told my dad, I was like, if for some crazy reason I die before Morty does, you get that dog and you put him on my chest, because they understand death. But if they don't see the dead body, then they will just think that you left them. So which could have been there. The vet came to the house. Yeah, goddamn. That's tough, man. That's tough. Well, since we're on a happy note, let's shout out all of the donations. And speaking of Drew, starting us off, we had box and TV. We had our sponsor going hard. We had our side quest. Shout out to Real Black Betty. Glow gifted a membership. And Box. We had Adam. Shout out to the Big Daddy Pod and the sponsor of the after party. Boy, Costco Law School. Guys, thank you so very, very much. I know I say it every single time. My arms fucking hurt. I know I say it every single time, but it means that much that I want to say it every time, even if you get bored, to the point where you can feel comfortable shutting off the stream right now. But I hope you don't, because I would like to thank you yet again every single time. I know that you could be doing anything else in the world, and there's a million bajillion other channels that are live right now. There's stuff on Netflix, there's stuff on Disney, there's stuff on Amazon Prime, and yet here you are hanging out with me and Morty, and that means the fucking world. Please, if you have not already, please consider joining the Discord server. It is absolutely free. There's not even any other, any other member stuff tied to it. We did that, but that wasn't really working. And so it's absolutely free for everybody. I really, exactly as Drew was just talking about, whether it's atheism or white nationalism or anything else, you need to group up. And you don't only need to group up with people that are directly in line with what you think. And so seems like the server's the perfect fucking place for people to come together, even though they may slightly disagree, because you will find other people who have fucking balls, the balls to talk to people that they disagree with, the balls to come up on a live stream and talk about something that may or may not be very contentious and unpopular. That's the kind of people that we need. If you are that kind of person, or you want to be around that kind of person, then I don't know why you haven't joined yet, because it is only for the best. Dilly to all of you. Thank you so very, very much. Once again, he's ready. He's like, I ate a lot. And he's like, well, he's right there. And he's ready. He's like, I got a full belly. I gotta go to bed. And I gotta wake up at 8:30, so this fucking sucks. So I will be heading out. Thank you guys so very, very much. I forgot about the movie night. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put up a community chat. I'll do it right now. What movie should we watch? So it's gonna be in my community tab. So those of you who are on mobile, it should come up pretty easily. But if not, just go. If you're on PC, just go to my channel and go to here. I'll just do it right here. Let's go to me. So you go to YouTube. You search the Indian Jesus. And then, oh, look at this guy. This guy's up here. What's going on? And you go over to posts. So it will be right here. All these other kinds of things, it will be right here. I'm going to do it right now. Movie night unlocked. What movie should we watch? Boom. So it's that simple. You just go there. It's right there. Just say, we should watch poop. So we'll take all those, and if you see somebody else dropped a movie that you like, hit the like button on the thing. So I'll go by like numbers. That way, it's more fair. You know what I mean? All right, guys, I am done. I am out. Thank you so very, very much for hanging out. Once again, he's ready. He's ready to go. You gotta pee? You're probably drinking all that water, huh? All right. Once again, that is Morty, and I've been your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of Common Sense. Until next time, guys, we are out of here. Peace.